independent workspace. Digital KC now brings broadband internet access and the educational support needed to utilize the internet and its resources and capabilities while building a community of knowledge workers. Educating people on how to use the internet is key to improving lives, access to healthcare and education, enhancing business performance, and creating opportunity. For details on joining the Digital KC Now workforce, please visit digitalkc.org.
number of women in the field dropped so low? Hidden Figures, both the film and book, introduced audiences around the world to some of the women who worked as engineers and early home computers, aka advanced mathematicians and astronauts. And these were a portion of human history women played significant roles. As a part of computer science from its earliest inceptions. For example, mathematician Ada Lovelace is still considered the world's first collaborating with Charles Babbage. And that was his earliest machine, even though the machine was never
Flow cab on a beat, yo. Coding rules everything around me. Cream. 1. You wanna learn how to think? Not talking about the thinking babies do in the crib. I mean the science of reasoning. Sprinkle that on your skill set just like seasoning. 2. Coders make bank, don't take my word. Let's compare Jay-Z to Mark Zuckerberg. It would take 66 Jay-Z's to equal the wealth of one Mark. Crazy. 3. Coders make movies and games. All the ones on the consoles we play. Yeah, they write the games, code them to reality. Racing to the finish line or zooming through the galaxy. 4. You don't have to sport a 3-piece suit. Go to work in a hoodie or a 1-piece. Woo! 5. Your office is mad movable. You don't have to be restricted to a cubicle. You can code from the beach in Fiji or in the piazza by the Uffizi. And how do you say Wi-Fi in Italian?
Wireless internet, it's a Wi-Fi.
6. So many companies will like you. They'll be offering perks to entice you. Rock climbing gyms, massages, scooters, free food, plus those high-tech computers. 7. You know computers aren't smart. They have chips but no brain or heart. You could be Napoleon controlling them when you write a little bit of code for them. 8. Coding's like music. It's rhythmic, feels so good and the work so prolific. 9. Beyond all the lifestyle perks, coders change the world when they putting in the work. Medical research to help cure cancer. An algorithm just might have the answer. By 2030 we hitting the red planet, and I guarantee you coders will be the ones that'll plan it. Mars. Not too many ladies in the code game, but now I think it's time for that to all change. You can pick your wildest dream, turn around and code it up on the wildest screen. 10. So go invent a hot app, make a cool meal, then take a long nap. Take it from Chris Bosh or even Steve Jobs. Code the next iPod at your sweet job. Let's code.
When we put a seed in the ground or we grow a plant, and the plant doesn't grow properly, we never blame the plant. We blame the environment, we blame the soil, we blame the conditions. So why is it when we put children in school and they don't thrive or they don't flourish, we don't accept responsibility for that failure? We tend to want to blame the student. We give plants more respect than we give children.
Stephen Ritz and his Green Bronx machine are opening young minds to science, nutrition, and wellness.
He grows happy students and 60,000 pounds of vegetables from outdoor and indoor gardens.
Communities like mine are starving for healthy, fresh food. Who's ready to wear a cheese hat?
Who's the white guy with the cheese hat? Just walking around the neighborhood. It's like, what's going on there?
His energy is infectious, contagious. Everyone buys into it.
We grow vegetables, but our vegetables grow students, schools, communities, and resilience.
The United States average life expectancy is ranked 37th in the world. And so even though the US is the wealthiest nation in the history of the world, with more knowledge of science and medicine and nutrition than any civilization in history has ever had, in the 2016 rankings, you had Japan as number 1, Switzerland as number 2, and the United States was ranked 37th in terms of average life expectancy.
We're seeing all kinds of health anomalies in communities of poverty because of what we're eating and because of how these children are living. Zip code and skin color should not determine outcomes in life, and sadly, more often than not, that is still very much the case. I'm out to change that.
The Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, which is a public health think tank, they determine which counties in every state are the healthiest and least healthiest. For like 8 years in a row, the Bronx, out of 62 counties in the state of New York, has been dead last in health outcomes.
I work in the poorest congressional district in America. This is the largest stretch of public housing in New York City. It is 4 sides of public housing onto 4 sides of public housing. So it is deep. These buildings are tough. These buildings are tough. They need a good cleaning. They need a lot of upgrade. A lot of these living conditions are appalling. Remarkably, we're 18 blocks from a subway. Subways represent the conduit to jobs. In terms of meaningful employment for thousands of people, it is elsewhere.
There's lack of economic opportunity. So it just creates pockets of persistent poverty that just become intergenerational.
If you're a family that is low income in this country, it's possible that you are both poor, but you also lack affordable housing, or you lack reliable transportation, or you lack access to healthy food. And all of those things can contribute to poor diet among children and their families. There is no question that diet is a huge driver of poor health outcomes.
There are higher rates of childhood obesity in more low-income neighborhoods. The reason for that is not because of the people, it is because of the food supply that is in those neighborhoods.
You go in my classroom and you ask children, where do they get their food? They say the gas station. That's crazy. Or, the drugstore. That's appalling to me that children are shopping for food or for snacks in a drugstore. When there aren't interesting things in your community, when you can't walk to something that's fresh and healthy, you start making bad choices, packaged choices, convenient choices.
A big chain supermarket is not going to make any money down here, so you got the bodegas with 5 different types of pork rinds, but, no fresh fruit. It's like a literal truth, bro. If I walked you down the street, you probably would find something like that.
Having a poor diet has huge ripple effects across someone's life. So it can cause physical problems like issues with sight. It can cause behavioral problems like impulsivity. It can cause mental health problems like anxiety. But again, that is not the children. That is the environments in which they live that are adversely affecting them. So what we often talk about in the research world are social determinants of health.
Social determinants of health include social barriers to good health outcomes and impact all aspects of the socioeconomic spectrum.
And so what that means, it's things like poverty, housing, water, transportation.
Social isolation, lack of employment, lack of access to healthy foods, family cohesion, education.
And that has nothing to do with the child themselves. It's all about these environments that are making it very hard for a child to grow.
What we have found over time is that these social determinants oftentimes even have more of a significant impact on the health and well-being of individuals as a whole, as opposed to just their healthcare needs.
There's a strong linkage between having poor diet, having poor health outcomes, and then just affecting your quality of life across so many different dimensions. But it's not preventable by you and I making changes. We have to change the broader environment.
As a world, we are eating ourselves to death, and to think that there are more people sick from food than have access to it is absolutely unacceptable. I'm seeing children get fatter. I'm seeing them get sicker. The emergency room has become the primary source of health care. Imagine. It's like, let's move. Yeah, what if you're a broken bottle or a stray bullet? So I'm not willing to accept the things I can't change. I'm gonna change what I can't accept. And for me, it starts with seeds. And children are my seeds, because seeds represent genetic potential. It's my job to make sure every child gets a perfect plate of food, that hood food is good food, and that every person in this country has access to healthy, fresh food. Good morning, good morning. Come on, everybody. A little bit of love in the morning. Okay, so I have a couple of tasks that need to be done today. Number one, we're going to check the water for the... It all starts with the little guy in a classroom, textbook, a teacher, and a kind, caring, compassionate adult. Education is the great equalizer, but it is not all equal.
CS55 at one point was one of the lowest performing schools in the district and had a very poor attendance rate. For a lot of our families, education is a fifth priority. It's food, shelter, safety, health, and then they focus on education. When you have all these severe needs in one community, it's very hard for people to focus on education.
In a world where children have real pressing immediate needs, sitting down for the promise of a good grade 4 months away doesn't mean too much. I started my career at South Bronx High School at St. Anne's Avenue. And, when I walked up the block, it was the only standing building in an 8-square block radius. And I remember watching a chair come flying out of the window from the 5th floor and literally bouncing across the street, and the cars just drove around it like it was normal and no one even looked. I was like, this is interesting. There was a lot of chaos. Children were running the halls because teachers weren't engaging them and the children weren't engaged. I see children who are stuck in this cycle until you pull them out of it. And when you pull them out of it, amazing things happen. I'll never forget my first experience planting. I was charged with teaching science, no science background, to 17 kids, a bulk of whom had a lot of baggage, whether it was special needs, adjudication, probation. Basically, I was given 20 pieces of chalk and an attendance book and said, go teach. I put this frantic call out, help, I am teaching science. I need a suggestion, a microscope, an idea. And about 4 weeks later, in the middle of class, Mr. Ritz, come to the office, please. So I go down there to the principal's office. She goes, Mr. Ritz, this box came. And I'm like, yes, the internet worked. I plop the thing up on her desk. I rip the box open, and I look inside, and it's like onions. These little things that look like onions. And I'm like, this sucks. These things are like I can't take this. The kids are gonna kill me with this. I walk out of there with my head between my legs and just throw it behind a radiator on a windowsill and literally forgot about it. About 8 weeks later, there's a huge fight that breaks out in class. This skinny little kid, Gonzalo, is going after this girl, Carol. Big, tough piercings, 2 sleeves of tattoos. And he hits her right between the eyes with a joke about her mother. And the whole class is laughing. And she gets up, she's going across the room, and I'm like, this is it. My career. Gonzalo goes running to the radiator, and I'm like, oh God, kids are always stashing something. And all of a sudden, Gonzalo sticks his hand under the radiator and comes up with a handful of yellow flowers and starts waving them in Carol's face. Carol steps back, and Gonzalo is just laughing. I was like, flowers? Where the hell did they come from? And then we look under the radiator, and there are hundreds of flowers. These weren't onions, they were flower bulbs. Who knew flowers came from bulbs? So there was no fight. There was kind of a happy ending. The children walked out of the room with flowers. I mean, the fact that these flowers came out of this box, even the most disconnected kid in the classroom thought, man, that is pretty cool. To see children enthralled and engaged over something as simple as growing a plant, to me, that's the biggest game changer. I was the first teacher to bring tower gardens to a classroom in America back in 2013. I had this vision that this could be the most transformational teaching tool.
When I come to this classroom, we usually grow romaine lettuce, arugula, kale.
I'm planting cucumbers.
I'm planting basil.
Me too. I'm planting basil.
Do you like basil?
I've never had it.
Right now, we already got a mini pepper in there. It almost look like it's fake, like a church plant.
I had this moment where I said to myself, I could teach children to read and write and do math if I put this magical garden in the middle of a classroom and built school around it. Welcome to the National Health, Wellness, and Learning Center at CS55, right here at Green Bronx Machine Boulevard. Come on, follow me, I'll show you inside. Over here is our Tower Garden farm, and we have 7 tower gardens, and believe it or not, they grow enough food to send home 100 bags of groceries a week. What this curriculum does is take a simple object like a tower garden and put it at the focus of their learning. So children think their job is to maintain this tower garden. But what they're really doing while maintaining this tower garden is learning how to read, how to write. They're connecting, they're becoming empathetic, they're becoming compassionate. Marilee, what'd you find?
I found this leaf, and it was 14 centimeters.
14 centimeters. What'd you find, Dahlia? The children plant it, they seed it, they grow it, they take care of all the data, they take care of all the maintenance. We got a new student today. Look who came to class. The ladybug. Ladybugs are in class. And these bicycles are amazing. I wanted children to have something that would incentivize their behavior. I know children love this. I'm the biggest child in the world. I love it. 10, 9. So in year 1, we reduced behavioral incidents and out of class time by over 50%, simply for the privilege of letting children come up in here and pedal.
The activities make the children engaged, right? So you're engaging them in learning, and learning should be fun.
It's okay, it's all good.
Cheers! Cheers! Hasta la vista, baby!
How did you do today?
Good.
I knew it.
All right,
In year 3, we had a 45% increase school-wide on state tests. Our attendance now is around 94% daily. In the middle of public housing, our children love coming to school.
We know that there are a number of barriers that can get in the way of students being successful in school.
Turn to partner on the left and shake hands.
Any sort of program that makes school a place where they want to be, that makes it a place of engagement, of excitement, that's welcoming. If you find programs like those, you've at least set the stage for students, to have a much greater shot at success.
We have to go. Oh, I know, but it's that time of day.
The pedagogical strategies that he's developed and all the things that connect together that you see in a classroom like this and the impact that this can have on one school, this needs to be replicated elsewhere.
Right now, 41 degrees in Indianapolis. Happening this week, schools around the state are starting a new health and wellness curriculum.
We are very much about engaging the next generation of healthy students, healthy teachers, and healthy communities to grow something greater.
It's a shame you're not enthusiastic about this.
No, not at all.
Indiana is a big agriculture state. It contributes $31 billion to our state's economy. But in spite of agriculture being big, we do have food insecurity here in the state of Indiana.
We're known as an agricultural state. We're known for growing food. Go a couple miles in any direction, and that's what you're going to see. Cornfields, soybean fields, which I think really makes the hunger issue in Indiana very ironic.
We have plenty of food in this country. We have more food than we need, and actually 40% of the food that's grown in America is wasted. There's enough food for everybody, but people don't have access to that food.
Maybe one more dish. Okay, now mix.
There are about 200,000 people using food assistance in our county here in Indianapolis, and really the cause is poverty.
What's this? That's a lettuce frame.
Oh, you didn't want this one.
What's wrong with this? It tastes good. I like it, but I don't want that type of recipe.
I think you guys are delusional. The SNAP program does work with you. I'm able to get food, meals, enough for about a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks. And then for the rest of the month, I usually have to just put in the difference and use cash for certain things that I would want for the kids to try. Healthier options is just not in the budget sometimes. Unfortunately, it's just easier to get the processed, canned, quick food.
When people don't have enough to eat, they don't perform well at work. They don't perform well in school. Kids, when they're growing and their brains are developing, if they don't have sufficient nutrition, it can affect them for a lifetime.
The way that we have set up the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, formerly called food stamps, with the beginning of the cycle of the month, people would have a lot of money and typically then have gone through a lot of days at the end of the cycle where they didn't have enough food. Picture when we're hungry. Any one of us, if we are really hungry and for whatever reason we haven't had enough food for a day or two, or maybe even 3 or 4 days, once we get exposed to food again, our natural tendency is to take it in. And so then we're setting up this cycle where there's a lot of food at some points and less food at other points. And that ends up setting up where people's bodies metabolically are going to very easily put on weight. So that's why someone can really easily be food insecure and overweight or obese at the same time.
They have plenty of friends who have serious health conditions. I've been through a lot of health issues myself, and I don't want my kids to have to go through that.
Scholars on a road to success. Soar, we are the best. Go Eagles, go Eagles, go Eagles, go Eagles. Fly, let's go. Face it forward now. Your body is up.
Isn't it cool that we get to see someone live and in person that has soared? We talk about someone every week that soars, and Mr. Ritz right here is live and in person for us. So, on 3, let's give him a soar. 1, 2, 3.
Let me ask you something. Is it easier in your neighborhood to get hot Takis or cabbage? All right, soda and French fries or fresh vegetables? French fries, thank you for telling the truth. How many of you would be excited about having a tower garden in your school? Awesome. How cool is that? So this is the bad boy That is it, and I believe all of you are in possession of it digitally. Yes. You can print it out. Each week includes 3 45-minute lessons. They are color-coded. Science, math, language arts. It's designed to go all the way across all your standards, and it is in 9-week cycles. You are not gonna cure hunger with this thing. You are not gonna cure diabetes. But you are gonna quench a lot of children's curiosity and get them excited about healthy food.
I'm nervous about the amount of reading to get prepared for this because I wanna get overly prepared and ready, and they're super pumped and will wanna start as soon as possible, kind of getting things going.
You're gonna do fine, you're a nerd. You're gonna be, embrace your inner nerd. I'm like that, I can totally tell, and that's great. You do a little due diligence, you knock it off. There's a variety of things, so you don't have to grow one thing. There's rainbow chard, there's sweet basil, and there's bok choy, which is really, you love, the kids, it's great in soup, it's great in salads, and let them decide. A lot of them, guess what? They're not gonna know what the hell this is.
What does science have to do with plants?
Oh, good question. What does science have to do with plants? I hope we find the answer to that. What do we need to put on as scientists? Your lab coat. So go ahead and grab your lab coat, stand up, put that on. I'm gonna pass out your journals. And you are going to write everything you had for breakfast at home, everything you had for breakfast at school today.
I eat Fruity Pebbles, hamburgers. There's this one candy that I cannot resist, Hershey's. I cannot resist chocolate. I'll eat healthy food if you tell me to, but if you don't tell me to, I'm just gonna eat anything I want.
Pumpkin bread, nachos, and salad. Good. My goal at this point is to put that passion inside of them so that this is not just a project that's gonna come and go, that this is something that they truly desire for themselves and for people around them to be healthy.
We'd like to, grow different fruits, vegetables, different items. You have to eat healthy to have a healthy mind, and we can show them that there are healthy options out there that actually taste good.
This community in particular, we don't have gyms. They've closed some of the park centers so the kids don't have access to go play basketball.
We really want to revitalize and transform this community, but I made it very clear it starts within these walls we're in.
We need to educate everyone. Eat healthy, exercise, and maybe that'll carry on to the next generation and they can, pay it forward.
How's it going, Jason? Anybody do anything fun over break? Watch your Kentucky Wildcats lose. Where's Bryson Gilbert? There he is.
I started my teaching career in the mid-'80s at Morse Hill and taught there for 10 years. At one time, Morse Hill held almost 400 students. Now we have 145. They were going to close Morse Hill. The community really got upset about that happening. My goal was to save Morse Hill. That was my goal, totally from day one, is to make sure it didn't close. Growing up, this was a very affluent town. We had the highest test scores of the county. As the recession and different things happened, they moved. They didn't come back here. The jobs were not here, so they didn't come back home to Morse Hill. This is a very transient community. People move in, can't pay the rent, they move out. There's no commerce. A few small businesses, but nothing more than that.
A lot of people, instead of going to a Kroger grocery store or going to even a Walmart to get some fresh produce, their closest access to food, if they don't have a car, they have to walk to a gas station. So there are thousands of people here in Dearborn County that struggle every day with finding their next meal.
Someone's got to show me the way. I'm following you, ladies. All right, let's go do this. You got a 12 or 11? What's the biggest thing you got? What are those, bumpers on the front?
There's like to salt.
Oh, wow, those are cool. I haven't gone down, man. I'm amazed. We're gonna do this. Come on, we're gonna do this. You guys grab your hands. Hands up like champions. Who's ready to garden? Awesome sauce. You can grow watermelon, you can grow pumpkin, you can grow squash, you can grow eggplant. Now, the one thing is, some of these vegetables are really not vegetables, but it starts with an F.
Fruit.
They're fruit, exactly, because you're gonna need to learn how to pollinate these. What do you think we need to pollinate fruits?
Oh, bees?
Need bees. I command you all to be the bees. In 24 days, this thing will be filled with food out to here. If you do it right indoors. Can't stop?
Won't stop.
Can't stop?
Won't stop.
Who's gonna change the world? Good, that's what I like to see. Thank you. Awesome sauce, awesome sauce, awesome sauce.
What we're gonna do today is we're gonna get ready to plant some seeds for our grow tower. If you notice on the board, I have 6 different names up there. Some you may know, some you probably don't know. We're gonna have 20 plants total. What do you think we wanna focus on planting mostly? Ethan?
Are you
Arugula?
Yeah.
What do you think, Samantha?
Rainbow chard because it's different.
Ah, you want to grow a lot of that because it's different? Yeah. Okay.
I think we should do 5 big lettuce so we can have more rainbow chard.
More rainbow chard? Do you know what rainbow chard kind of tastes like? Okay. It's kind of like a spinach.
I like spinach.
I do too. You guys want to grow this because it's cool looking, right? Okay, we can do that. I'm one of the people that I was learned by doing. And throughout life, I've learned by doing. Something like this, it's all hands-on. And these kids are gonna learn from that, and they're gonna remember these things. Who did my other one too? Did someone do my other paper for me? Oh, did you? Excellent, thank you, Samantha, you're good.
Do we just stab it?
Stab, yeah. That's always a good policy.
I started.
Stab the biscuits. Saturday morning's kind of our day. It's a lot. We don't always do this. We try to. This is kind of the best time we get together. Hang out, have some breakfast before we get into our day of activities. Sometimes our culture doesn't allow us to do what really the way we want to. We have to go with what's easy or convenient. So we fall victim to throwing the frozen pizza in the oven so we can race off to archery practice or whatnot. I'm a single dad with a very hectic life. I could do better, but I do try to see what they're doing in their lives. What else we need out there? Ketchup. We've got a term, Indiana fed or Indiana suppers. Usually contain bread, potatoes, and probably another starch on top of it somewhere if you can squeeze it in. I remember him telling us the pyramid, but I can't say I really took it to heart. I'm really intrigued by the growth tower thing because I've never been a big fan of vegetables. I'm not the best at making sure it's part of our routine diet. Is that everything?
Yeah.
All right, have a seat. Father God, thank you for the bounty on the table. Please bless it to our bodies and make us strong. Give us the will to do your will, to find ways to help those that don't have a meal today. We bless them and praise you in your son's name, Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
He who eats the fastest eats the mostest.
That shouldn't be the correct thing because then they get stuffed.
Yeah. That tell you makes you stronger.
Toledo is a wonderful, mid-sized American city. According to Newsweek magazine, we have the best minor league stadium in all of minor league baseball. According to USA Today, the Toledo Zoo is the best zoo in the country. I think what makes Toledo special is its people and its potential. But we've taken some lumps, and frankly, that is why it is so important to have attracted the Green Bronx Machine program into 20 of our schools in the Toledo Public School System. It can only be a positive for our community.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Awesome sauce. Come on in. Let me say hello. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Nice to meet you. Hello, beautiful. How are you? High five, man. Awesome. How are you, buddy? I'm delighted to be here. I'm honored to be here. But to think that I am under the impression that I'm going to walk into a room and fix Toledo overnight is preposterous. And I'm excited to meet students and teach everyone about the art and science of growing food. Hello, Toledo! Good morning, everybody. Let's make some noise. I see a challenge, and I think people are living that challenge daily. And if we can coalesce around that, therein lies the possibility to do something great.
Toledo has a median income that is the lowest in the state among the big cities. We're in that part of the country that has been hurt by globalization. A lot of factories have closed. Our children have the highest rate of homelessness of any kids in the state of Ohio. It's almost hard to wrap your arms around the size of the problem.
I'm a native of Toledo, born and raised. Here's the project housing that my family had grown up quite a bit. I always say there's only one way in and one way out. So if you come here doing wrong, you better have a way to get out. You have a lot of project housing designed for temporary housing for immigrants to be able to settle and then land their own and get on their feet. And now it has evolved into a permanent housing.
We're in the same predicament in the South Bronx. I'm in the largest stretch of public housing in New York City. It's a behemoth.
And there used to be a food town that sat right in there. And what I always tell people is one food town or Kroger's leaves your community, it's a sign that there's going to be a blight where people are going to start vacating the area. We have one of the highest obesity. We have one of the highest insulin needs within our district with diabetes, all just, increasing within the last 10 years. At the same time, lack of opportunity, what we call food deserts of high quality food. When you start talking about that and recognizing the impact that it had, all those attribute to behavior and poor performance. I see you. How you doing? How was your day in school? Come here. What's going on? You just getting home from school? What school you go to? Birmingham, Beeham Trojans. You play football? Good. How about yourself? Ladies, you guys all go to Birmingham?
Yeah.
With the whole revitalization effort, when you want strong cities, you have to have strong schools. I went to school here, a graduate of Toledo Public Schools. Every shoe I have, every collar will say TPS. And I tell the kids when my lips get chapped, I said my chapstick says TPS proud. What you'll find in urban areas is those who are associated gangs and et cetera will begin to brand themselves according to a certain association. Will literally tattoo it on their neck and tattoo it on their forearms. And I told these kids that I put it on my collar and I put it on my cuffs. That just because you lived on that block, you do not ink yourself at that block because you can move tomorrow. But with an education, there's an opportunity for something bigger than living the streets and life of a gang member or someone in the street doing things that are not constructive. And when you see kids see that analogy of growing seeds into plants, they begin to recognize themselves as being that plant and that individual growing into being what they want to be.
We're going to be starting and talking about a new kind of topic that we haven't talked about yet in science. We're going to be talking about from beginning to end, starting, planting, and growing a crop that we actually get to eat in the end. So, no, it's good. We're going to try some new things. I'm going to be ecstatic if I have a flowering tower at the end of this program because I legitimately cannot keep a houseplant alive. Like, I can't keep a cactus alive, and you don't have to do much for a cactus. Have you ever had bok choy as far as you know?
You know what? To be very honest, I haven't either.
Is it sweet?
So that could be one for both of us to try. We could try that one together.
We have a lot of underserved populations here that have historically had low expectations for them. Parents are sending us their best kids. They're not keeping the good ones at home. I think a lot of parents have themselves had a very negative experience with school, so they kind of expect that cycle to repeat, and it has repeated generation after generation.
So we're gonna dump some out right here. Woo! Those came out quick. So maybe just touch it so that it sticks to your finger, and we're gonna put it in that far well right there. All right. Good job, Leslie.
They don't see themselves going beyond where their parents went, trying to get them to push that goal further. You can go beyond that.
Argentinosaurus was the biggest dinosaur found ever. It lived in Argentina.
I hope my son can see past the hood. You know, some people glorify growing up in the hood with their friends and stuff like that. I was raised to try to see and go beyond. You don't have to be a product of your community. You can try to better your community. I want him to learn something new and come home and tell me about it every day. And when he comes home, he teaches me something new every day. Like, I didn't know, I never knew about how you say it, arugula?
Yeah.
I didn't know what he was talking about.
If a blue house has blue bricks and a red house has red bricks, what does a greenhouse have? Green. You guys didn't even think. A greenhouse is made out of plastic and glass. What? I know, I got you. You like my joke though, right? You like my joke though, right?
My favorite subject is science. I'm a quick thinker. It takes like a little few milliseconds to have an answer.
Are you? That's good.
Quick thinker.
I got a question. Are those plants living things?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to nurture them, right? You got to take care of them. How many of you think we need to learn more about how to take care of plants? Oh, there's the hands.
Vegetables make you big and strong, and I want to be bigger because one of my uncles is very big.
If I gave you a seed right now and told you to take it home, and whoever grows the biggest plant wins, they get a brand new bicycle at the end of the year, whoever gets the biggest plant. Would you take care of it?
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm seeing the wheels turning.
Every student in here, and even in our inclusion program, is a student with special needs. And we have students with intellectual disability, which is the majority of our students. We have many students, though, with autism here. And we cater the programs to their needs. The outcome is really what's the most important thing in any school. In many schools, the outcome is a diploma and going to college, possibly. That's not our outcome.
All right, you guys are partners, okay? You help each other, team? Come on over. Come on over. You're gonna work with Gabriel, okay? This is the district where the students that need the most help go. So they stay in school here until they are 21 years old.
All right, so let's take this out and just set it aside on the floor next to it.
We're really working to engage the student in an outcome that'll make them happy and have a good life. And I think too often, people just see a disabled student at the level that our students are disabled, and they kind of give up on them. They don't see them as workers. If they don't get the training and they don't have these things when they're older, unfortunately, they sit around and do like day programs. I don't think it's any way to live.
When he plugs this in, we all have to do ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ah. Oh, man, get it out. You can hug it, but not too tight. Okay? Yeah, let's start talking about it. Good. You guys are amazing. All right. Give yourself a round of applause.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you to the Green Bronx Machine for providing the Grow Towers, the commercial grade sink, wheelchair accessible plant propagation center so students like Wilberto and my other students in wheelchairs can use them.
For these special and unique learners to be included and to have access to their same kinds of technologies and experiences that their peers have, and to really be focused on employment is awesome sauce.
Good morning. What are we doing today? What's going on today?
Potluck.
A potluck. So what is our job hosting a potluck? What do we have to do?
We have to make the food.
Pour a little more back in. That's perfect. I need you to come over and help me with some kale. You ready? Come on over here. Do your best to cut that right off. Just pull down on this. Perfect. My students need to be healthy to make it to work, and they need to be healthy to perform well. Let me just take that. Why don't you smell that?
Jesus.
Smell good? Do we want that in our pasta dish? Yeah. Absolutely, we do. I mean, I have a student that wouldn't eat anything that wasn't manufactured by like a snack company. These students aren't necessarily familiar with what is out there that is healthy. They're consuming huge amounts of sugar, and then they crash. And you see them, they fall asleep on the table. Guys, could you just stand up for a second and like shake it off? Everybody's falling asleep on me. Come on, get up, get up. So these guys don't get as much gym as they should, at least in my mind. Mr. Rob and I kind of bring in our own stuff. All right, this guy's made to do push-ups. If you ask them what they want to do, they want to work. They want to participate in life, have something they feel good about. And the jobs that they want to do are not what you and I might want to do. For one of them to pick up a mop and say, I love mopping, this is what I want to do, I can't judge them. And sometimes people do. I see people look and say, you're giving this disabled kid these jobs that are just insulting. And I say to them, ask him what he wants to do. Ask her what she wants to do. And the answer sometimes will surprise you.
We don't have enough foster homes in West Virginia. We've been overwhelmed by the opioid epidemic. Our kids, they're losing both parents. They're losing extended family. They're sad, they're angry, they're confused.
A lot of people that know where I work ask me all the time what it's like working with bad kids. The kids aren't bad. They've had bad lives, they've had bad experiences, but circumstances take them down a rocky road sometimes.
As they age out, they don't have anywhere to go. And if they haven't received what they need educationally, if they haven't received what they need socially and emotionally, they're going to end up incarcerated.
Before I came here, I was in a different placement. It was a tough time for me. I went from middle school to high school and didn't know what to do. I hate change. Change is one thing I don't like.
When I got here, it was a bit of a difference because I wasn't used to the rules and the guidelines. It's kind of hard.
Unless you've worked in this field, you can never understand the heartbreak that we see every day, things that other people would never, in their furthest nightmares, want to imagine. It's those kids that have been so traumatized that their brains aren't wired correctly, and they're not able to attach, and they're not able to trust. What we're doing isn't working. A lot of the traditional approaches, putting them in therapy, they're not ready for that. You know, I was just intrigued by how gardening and yoga and music are very healing. We are wanting to do the hydroponic tower gardens with the greenhouse, which just really makes me excited.
I love the fresh air. I love all these streams. I love being able to hear these birds. Is that an eagle?
That's a chicken hawk, I think.
Man, you guys know your birds. But let's go see where this greenhouse is gonna be. How do you guys feel about this greenhouse? Excited?
I don't see the point of the greenhouse, honestly. Like, you can grow your vegetables outside of a dome thing.
All right, but not all year long.
I know that all year long, but you can have a greenhouse during the winter.
Okay.
But during the summer, you can just grow it out like what they're doing over there.
But the notion of this big commercial farm, to me, is kind of exciting. I mean, you may not like veggies, but is anybody here allergic to money?
No. Yeah, definitely not.
All right, so I think that's what the whole idea is, to build some kind of successful business model. So let's see where it's gonna be. I'm curious.
We want to make sure they have job training and a career path where they can find jobs here in West Virginia. This opportunity to do something completely different, out of the box, that could possibly reach those kids is why I come to work every day.
Bronx, back in the early 80s, was just devastated. There were blocks and blocks of vacant buildings, of abandoned buildings, of burnt buildings. These were tough neighborhoods, tough times, and schools were really oftentimes battlegrounds in certain communities. Vanessa was a 16-year-old girl who was one of the first students I ever met. Angry, tough, verbally aggressive. But you'd have to be blind to not realize the academic and intellectual potential this young woman had. She had no shortage of family situations and crises that really impacted her ability to do well in school. She had an older brother in crisis, limited income, mom doesn't speak English, and sometimes life just gets in the way of like reading, writing, and arithmetic.
I think that when you're young, it's all about the household plays a big role. My mom drank. My mom was in a domestic violence relationship. You know, she was receiving food stamps or SNAP. There was times that all we could eat was white rice with fried eggs because there was not enough food in the house, you know? I didn't think I was going to graduate from high school. Honestly, I didn't. I just said, you know what, you're going to drink and have fun and party. And that's it. That's your life. When you're surrounded around poverty, all you think is like you're going to continue to be poor. No one is helping you.
The original diagnosis for PTSD was developed for combat veterans from the Vietnam War. And so it's really for people who've experienced discrete, terrifying events and they come home in a safe environment. But especially the kids who are living in poverty, they're like soldiers who never chose to go to war and can never escape the war. Like their home is the battleground. And so their body goes on to accelerated hypervigilance all the time. It's never safe. And these kids will learn to put psychological armor on. Like they carry themselves with numbed out toughness. They're ready to flip their lids and attack at a moment's notice.
I was bullied, and you know, you get bullied, you gotta fight. You gotta win the fight. I beat this girl. I beat her, her mother, her sister because they came down with a bat to beat me. After I beat him, I ran. And Officer Watts was looking for me because they described me. He took me back to those 3 girls that I beat up. And then he asked them, is this the young girl that beat you? My heart was beating. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to jail. And they said no. I said, oh shoot, what happened? So he let me go. As I'm walking to go home, there was a gang member. He said, shorty, come here. You're lucky you didn't go to jail, and that was because of me. we would like for you to join the gang. And I was like, nah, I'm not interested, you know? Oh, but you owe me a favor. I kept on seeing the same gang, you know, and they would come to me and I gave in, especially with the problems that was going on at home. And I just felt like these people really want me so I can be part of their family, you know, and I felt like I didn't have that love at home.
If you're always feeling threatened that there's not going to be enough food, there's not going to be enough money, or there's real violence on the streets or something like that, then your energy gets redirected to purely just survival and protection. You can't learn in survival brain. It literally reduces your capacity to think complexly, to focus on anything other than threat. The kids who look like they have ADD and who have trauma, they'll hear a noise in the hallway and their brain's already like, what was that? Or they'll see someone approaching them and their alarms will be like, oh, he's gonna come hit me. And so like they can't attend to the lesson at all because their brain's constantly like looking out for where's the danger gonna come from next.
I didn't know how to ask for help. I just had outbursts.
So, you know, there's all the fancy teacher talk that I could go through and all the technique and all the psychological things that you could do, but it really started with caring.
So when Mr. Ritz came to South Bronx High School, tall, white guy, standing in front of the door, I was like, what is this white guy doing in the Bronx? And then he's young. I was like, that's an easy knockdown. This is gonna be a breeze with this teacher too. He tells me to come into class, and I'm like, you know what? Just save yourself some time and just give me the pass. He's like, excuse me? And I was like, I'm not going to the class, just give me the pass. He was like, no, I don't know what you're talking about, but you're gonna come inside my classroom. So I went inside the classroom and I started making noise. The whole period, he just dealt with me and did not let me leave the classroom. So the bell rings and he held me back and he said, you know, I just want to get to know you. I was like, you want to get to know me? I'm like, well, there's nothing to know. Just, you know, the next period, just give me the pass and we're good. And he was like, you know, I just want to really get to know you. I hope I see you the next period, okay? Whatever. And I left. To me, it's like, what? Like, I'm not used to this. But it stood in the back of my head. Wow, does he really want to know me?
I think children inherently want to belong to something. I think there is a need for acceptance and a common language. Sometimes it's hard to get children to pay attention, whether they're hungry, distracted, had a rough ride to school. It leads to non-compliance. It leads to a lack of interest. It certainly leads to a disconnection to the intent of school, which is to get in there and educate them. Children want to be engaged and involved in something. So sometimes you gotta pull a little magic out of the hat.
It's a baby one.
What do you think that thing is?
Cucumber.
That's a cucumber.
I think it's gonna get a lot bigger. Yeah.
Everything becomes stale if you keep doing the same thing, you know, and I get tired of stale. I want something different.
We have two different nutrients. They call them a mineral blend.
I don't want to get in the same rut, and the kids are the same way. If I went in that classroom and did the same thing every single day, I'd have them all sleeping.
So what we're doing is just adding some more water with the nutrients. That just kind of replaces what's evaporated along the way.
You have to build that sense of wonder, right?
There's a yellow one back here. You said it's kind of like spicy. I'm excited to try it.
We start from as young as you can go, trying our best so that when they get to the older grades, they're fully engaged.
Good morning. Oh, that's beautiful. I love it, Paige. Good morning. Good morning, Tiffany.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. You'll be so excited to see your plant. I see. Oh my goodness. They're beautiful.
The public school system has become boring for many of our kids. That's why we lose them. It's not challenging. doesn't speak to what their talents are, what their skill set are.
11 centimeters.
I'm of the view that we need to be able to pique the interest of our students in what it is that they like, where they feel talented, and bring that into the classroom.
We all planted our own seeds, but we didn't tell anybody else in the classroom what we planted.
Tiffany, Edris, and me have the same plant.
I think you're right.
They're all rumbly. Is there gonna be a flower too?
We'll see.
I want mine to turn into a flower and then a cucumber.
All right, you guys did a great job. Go ahead and sit back down.
So for 1 gallon, try to find a 1 gallon, and how much did we add for that 1 gallon?
1 gallon.
So if we were adding the 3 gallons of water today, how much minerals would we have had to add today? 20, 20, and 20, right? So 60 and 60? All right, why don't you check the pH while I get the class going? Thank you, ladies.
I think right now, one of the biggest challenges I see is the motivation of why do I need to put the work or the effort into this? Why do I need to think hard about something and put all my attention into something when I could just hang out and have fun and chat with my friends?
So I love the idea that they're taking
Right from the beginning of the day, when students walk in, you kind of know what energy they're walking in with and how you're going to have to interact with them to get them on the right track.
Can you put the chair down? Can you put your arms through your shirt? Maybe that'll help bring some brain power. Sakai, Sakai, Sakai. You actually have to turn your body this way to be able to see it. With this group, they really need good hands-on lessons. They need things that have them moving, things that grab their attention in kind of actionable ways.
Gardens allow people to do things. There's building, there's planting, there's watering, there's, hands-on stuff. Anytime students who haven't succeeded in school have the opportunity to succeed in a project, that's a recipe for success.
So this is one of the oldest plants. Oh, what's that? Smells really good. Smell it. Shh. What do we think that is?
The smell of goodness.
When you cultivate a palate at a young age, you are changing the trajectory of those children's lives and taste buds forever.
What we have found in nutrition education is when it is project-based, when it's hands-on, and kids are actually getting to experience food, that's when they get connected to it, and that's when they're going to want to eat it again in the future.
What does it taste like to you?
It's like greens.
Like greens? Okay.
It tastes awful.
It tastes awful. You want to go spit it out?
Yeah.
All right.
It's those daily habits that really make a difference. And that if you can get on a trajectory of good health, it's easier to stay on that trajectory as opposed to, doing something different.
5 drops, right?
I've been helping my teacher, Mr. McDaniel. I've been helping them check the pH. I really want Sour Garden at home, but I know we have raccoons in our yard.
It's the old adage, they're learning without knowing they're learning. They're learning skills beyond science. They're learning how to work together, how to present their work, how to take care of the failures they had, because not everybody's stuff grew.
Plants were going well.
They were
and then we
going
had
well.
teacher conferences, I think is what it was. Parent-teacher conferences that go all night. The pump is loud, the water pump. So I unplugged it, and I think I left it off. I don't know if it was 2 or 4 days. I want to say 4.
He turned off the water and they died.
Droop City.
There was a couple that were still hanging on for life. Mr. McDaniel went over to inspect them.
I ever so gently grabbed the stem of it and snapped.
Instant tears. The kid.
And well, here's the issue.
Yeah.
It was the biggest plant we had going before I killed all the plants.
It was like this big.
So the student, he was really proud of his plant. And I just, well.
I felt bad for the plants. I wish I could go back in time, save them.
It was a moment. It was definitely a moment.
It was a moment. That was brutal.
When the plants died, we questioned, okay, we killed it. Are we done? Let's move forward. But then you had students that came to you and were like, I'm bringing in seeds. I want to do this again. I want, to see plants grow. I want to get to the end goal of having a harvest. When you see that, you have to keep going.
We are gonna do an activity, talk show style. Has anyone seen a talk show?
Tonight shows like Jimmy Fallon.
Okay, Jimmy Fallon.
Ellen. Wendy. Jerry.
Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not do that.
Hi, what is your name?
Serena.
Hi, nice to meet you, Serena. And what is your favorite healthy food?
My favorite healthy food is grapes and pear.
Roberto, what vegetables that you growing?
I'm growing here lettuce, kale.
I like the way the curriculum is written because it's like task-based. That's exactly what these students need. I have students, some of them that just can't focus for that long. But if they have a tool in their hand or a recipe or they're, getting ingredients or cleaning a dish, they're engaged in what we're doing. Today is Tuesday, and what do we do on Tuesdays? What do we cook?
Rice, lettuce, pickle, bean bowl.
Bean Bowl Tuesday, right? Yeah. What we're doing in this room is running a business, and the business is creating healthy meals for the staff. What are the main ingredients in the pico sauce?
Cilantro.
Cilantro from the tower.
Yeah. Red onions.
Okay, onion. Tomatoes. Perfect. Julian, as soon as Wilberto's back, the two of you guys are gonna go out and do a little selling for me, and the rest of us are gonna work on these things so that we're ready to sell. The business is really to support our gardening program, and the money that we can turn over can be invested in soil and seeds and things like that.
Oh, hello, Mr. Kiyata. Today we are selling black bean bowls for $3.50, and then we have stuff in the cart if you're interested.
We have salads for $2.50, pineapples for $2, water and Tupperwares for $1.
I like selling food. I like talking to customers. I like sharing about our products. I like socializing. People tend to call me a social butterfly. I'm very outgoing, and people know who I am, and I'm a friendly face.
Okay, so we want 2 of them. How much?
$4.50. That combines.
They're $2.50 each.
Let me count. $5.
Take this one for Mr. Krishana. This one for me. How's that? Okay, what's in this one?
That's craisins in it.
Craisins? So those crazy raisins?
Yeah. Thank you for your.
Are you making lunch today?
Yeah, we are black bean bowls.
Oh, black bean bowls. Cool. Thank you, guys. I can't wait.
You're welcome. Julian, I like working with Julian. He's a good friend and good coworker.
The students are learning money management. They're taking orders, and they're prepping and cooking and serving the food.
When we put the seeds in and we cover it, it grows with water and light.
What I can do is help the students prepare to take care of themselves through hard work. Really, when you don't allow them to get away with using a disability as an excuse, it's amazing because they move forward.
Can I show closing song?
Okay. Let's have a closing song.
A closing song. Bum 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 bum
Yeah, exactly.
Today was absolutely tremendous, a monumental day for us. We got a donation for our greenhouse and our Tower Garden farm. An $80,000 donation is more than we've had probably in the past 25 years together. That is enormous. We're gonna have one of the best greenhouses in the state of West Virginia.
And I'm hoping this is the model for other places. Everybody's going to this green thing. Well, what's greener than growing what you eat?
These young men are going to be able to learn healthy eating. Anything we can do to prevent health problems on down the road, which kids with trauma already have a strike against them. because we've learned that trauma causes shorter lifespans. The holidays are tough. Thanksgiving, we had 10 young men without family, nowhere to go. And Christmas, we're going to have at least 7.
On Christmas Day, they play board games, we watch movies, we hang out all day. And by the end of the day, we're all exhausted, but we've told stories, we've laughed. And I try to keep it as positive and upbeat as possible because they're hurting. They don't have a home. And I keep telling them, guys, while you're here, this is your home. So we'll get through this.
I don't know how I would handle poverty, stress, and trauma. It just makes me inspired by the never give upness. You see small acts that redeem hope in some way. And then they lead to like altered lives, but they're just nudges.
He cared not just for me, but like all the tough kids that came into that classroom. He knew that I was getting high and I was in the gangs. One day I just came to him and I told him, I said, I'm getting high, I'm in gangs. He's like, okay, Vanessa, so let's do something about it. He called for drug rehab and they did inpatient. And I told him, I can't do this. My mom is already dealing with other issues and I'm gonna be another issue. Like, I don't wanna do that to my mom. So what he did, he said, okay, Vanessa, you and I are going to meet after school. You have to promise me you're gonna wait for me after school. I'm gonna do my errands, but you're gonna be with me. In other words, like, I don't want you to get high, so I'm gonna make sure you don't get high because I'm gonna make sure that you stay with me and don't go with your gang. No matter how busy his day was or what he had to do, he always made sure that he picked me up. That's when I started really appreciating what he was doing for me.
So was this fun for you guys? Does this make you feel like you should exercise a little more? What are we doing here today? What's going on? I love that. Put it down on paper. I want to see what you got. Can you say it? It rolls off your tongue. Mozzarella cheese.
I think my dad finds kids relatable.
It's good.
He sees how children are just pure and really need an opportunity. He just has this ability to connect. And that empathy is really crucial to what he does.
For me, the greatest resource in the world is the untapped potential in communities like mine. And more often than not, those children who are on the fringe possess the potential to do amazing things. What we need to do is make meaningful connections with children so they want to absorb content that's going to change their lives. And I think I've become the most effective teacher by really walking the walk. I know children watch what I eat, they watch what I say, they watch what I do, they wait for me outside. I love that. I love that level of accountability. I don't feel like a saint. I don't feel like a savior. I feel like an active, willing participant that's ready to have a good time and get down and get dirty. So you're gonna each take a turn teaching the other person the best way to measure a plant on a tower garden from the bottom to the top. You're yes, sir, Isaiah? Can you use the bathroom quickly, quickly? So, 30 seconds, are we almost done? And the bathroom on this floor, Isaiah, I gave him the look of death.
Oh no, Mr. Richard Death.
You do the stink eye. I think that when you get to the fact that all children need to be treated the way you want to treat your own children, and when they feel that love, that's it, man. The doors are open. It is game on.
I'm gonna get some water out of our grow chart. And then we're gonna talk about how a pH scale works and what it actually means. I did go to school to be a teacher. It's your life. It's part of your life, or it is your life. I don't know which way it would be. pH, mean, mode, and median. We're in a rural community, but a lot of them live at the trailer court. And they don't have gardens and things like that. There's kids that have never really seen plants grow. They see it at Kroger's, and that's about it, when they go down the vegetable aisle. Nitrogen gives plants their green color. A lot of times people put ammonia down with their corn to make it bigger, greener, and so on.
What was that word you were saying, like pneumonia?
Ammonia?
Yeah.
It adds a little hydrogen. Because these are actually, they're little hydrogen ions, and that's what pH, nobody ever says potential hydrogen. Something like this is great for these kids, especially because sometimes I think they're a little behind maybe, some other students or maybe some other schools where they have more opportunities.
If we look on the front board, we're just breaking down the actual word itself. So photo, what does photo mean? What does synthesis mean? Did you know that the entire process of photosynthesis happens all in the leaves?
Yes.
The whole process.
No step.
I was expecting a lot of problems. Our plants have turned out great. People do not mess with the plants. Each student, they have their own plant, so they're very particular over their plant. If anybody's around their plant or getting too close, they want to have something to say about that. I often use it as a behavior motivator. Okay, if we don't get through this lesson, if we can't get through this, we're not going to be able to get to our science lesson.
Who has not checked pH or the water level yet?
For some reason, when we're tying it to our tower garden, they're excited about doing the activity. So our body's like a car. Our car runs on what, Tiffany? Gas. It needs gas, though. You can have all the parts to a beautiful car, but if you don't put any gas in it, you're gonna push that pedal down and it's not gonna do anything, right? If I go fill my car tank up with vinegar, what if I fill it with Fanta?
Oh, no.
I mean, it tastes good.
No, you can't drink
make your car good, it's gonna blow up.
You're right. What if your body is like your very own car? Except if you mess up this body, you don't get another one. You don't get to just go to the dealership and pick out a pretty new body and just jump right into that one, right?
No.
This is the only body God has given you. I really hope that this does translate, that they take what they learn and they truly make a life decision for making healthier choices in their food, in their lifestyles. It's taking a lot of patience and a lot of love to help reach them, to help care for them in ways that they aren't just receiving yet. It's mentally and physically exhausting, but it is so wonderful at the same time.
When they're around like greens in the room, leafy greens in front of them all day long, you'd be amazed that some of them that say ew one day eventually feel kind of at home with it.
Well, I basically eat fruits and I eat cereal every day.
He actually ordered a pizza the other day and he wanted onions on it. And that was a real leap. So he eats onions now. And that's something.
And I eat lettuce on my sandwich.
And lettuce. So that's a big deal because that's the only two vegetables right now he eats. But because of his exposure and experience with Mr. K, he opened the door. So I look forward to a lot more to come.
Honestly, I have lost about like 10 pounds here in this classroom from eating healthy.
And how about like the Dunkin' Donuts drinks?
I actually have stopped that.
What do those sugary drinks and sodas do to us?
It's obesity.
Obesity is a result of them, right?
You will get diabetes.
And then when you have diabetes, what?
You won't get a leg, they will cut it off.
This last 2 years, he's been with Mr. Kotkamp, and he's made some tremendous growth. Now he's interested in reading the label and the ingredients, and he's asking questions. What are you eating? So he's very curious about food.
Here at the Green Machine Cafe, we're cooking up a healthy storm of fresh fruits, vegetables, and dishes to keep you healthy every day. Why don't you tell me about the salad?
We have cucumbers, lettuce, tomatoes, celery, and carrots.
That looks delicious. Why don't you tell me about these herbs? Where do those come from?
They come from the garden in our tower that we grow from by using water and light to make them grow and eat better.
And those ingredients are found in our homemade salad dressings, right?
When he came to Mr. K's class, it's like learning opened up. He learned some real good stuff, real life skills. There's promise, there's hope. That's how I feel. I can leave knowing there still will be progress in his life as he, ages on.
I was thinking like the library or Target. I would stock up shelves on Target and stock up shelves on the library.
Wilberto, what do you have in your hands?
I have a quinoa salad, and it's made from our fresh fruits in our garden. This is my second year with Mr. Cochran, and I'm already having a blast. He's a sweet guy. You don't get that a lot of bosses nowadays, but with him, it's like a home. Like, it's wonderful. It activates more your imagination, your creativity, what you want to do in life, and it makes you think a lot.
Why don't you come on up to the Green Machine Cafe and get some healthy food to stay sustained and moving quickly throughout your day.
All right.
That's a wrap for this.
My name is Jeffrey Haywood. I'm the PTA president of CS55. And now in the mornings, I'm the fruit man.
When they're a little heavy, I had to take one out and carry it, That way I don't hurt my back. Miss Ritz, matter of fact, she asked me one day to help her out. And it was like, cool. So ever since then, I've been Mr. Fruit.
I deliver to the first and the second graders in the morning. I got a class on the 3rd floor.
This is my rest stop.
I deliver their fruit. They're glad to see me. You can walk by, they stand up, clap their hands for me.
Hey, Scott!
I love it.
Mr. Jeff is a guy who went from drinking Pepsi and giving out potato chips to someone who now delivers fresh fruit and vegetables.
Everybody get an orange. Yes!
I love being around the kids. I straighten them out. You see a kid that's down, you just walk up to him, hey, buddy, how you doing? And put a smile on his face.
People are loving it. His health is increased. The health of families are increased. He's really inspiring healthy living.
Love being in this community. If not, we wouldn't have moved up here. I wouldn't have been here so long. My wife's trying to get me to move now. I'm like, no, we can't move yet. Still got work to do over here.
Dear tomato, I would love for you to germinate. Please hurry. Only 2 more days, please. I want to eat you.
The harvest party is the culmination of the growth cycle, and there's food ready to be eaten, which is great. It involves menus, it involves preparation, it involves invites.
I have a name for you. Your name is Penelope. My punch name is going to be Max.
And it really is this big community barn building event, if you will, celebrating what we've grown, what we've learned, and bringing this to ourselves, our teachers, our parents, and our larger community.
Where are you from? Just kidding. You're from a plastic seed bag. Your friend, Jamari. From your friend, Idris. Your dad, Amir. Love your mommy, Paige.
Okay, thank you. We're going to work today on creating our own tablecloth that will help bring us together as a community when we do have our feast day. What makes your community better?
More cute boys.
Look, Cassie agree with me. She know what I'm talking about. Sorry, but
Oh, tell me you got a real answer in there too.
Okay, we'll make our community better by cleaning up the community. Don't let it get clogged and stuff. Don't let it get dirty.
Okay.
Who knows why we are in here?
We're harvesting our plants and we're going to make 2
Caleb?
stir fry.
We're making 2 different kinds of stir fry, and we're gonna also make a salad. Should lift right out of there, right? You would think it would. There it goes.
That's fine.
Okay, now one thing you notice,
Oh my God.
the root system. They're gonna remember those roots, because those roots, I pull that out, it was amazing, What we're gonna end up doing is separating the leaves from the actual stem. You're gonna do it for a little bit, and then you're gonna teach somebody else how to do this. Take over their spots
Cut
over
it
there.
about like right here.
It's just not science, no. I learned a little bit about different types of plants, but I think it goes way beyond that. To me, the cooperation and working together.
We did forget one, guys. We forgot one.
I really like the teamwork I'm seeing. 1, 2, got it. Head down the cafeteria, guys.
These kind of snap them like celery. Just like that. Oh, basil. Oh no, that makes it come through.
So what are we doing now? We're mixing it up, right?
Yep. Teachers would pay hundreds upon hundreds of dollars just to see those moments, to see those kids take over and just grasp concepts that you haven't even taught.
Thank you for growing. Yep. And letting us cut you.
You like the lettuce?
No, I never tried the lettuce, but they got a piece of right here. I'll try it. Yeah, I like the lettuce.
He comes home every day and tells me about the garden or what he's tried and what we should try. He has 1,000,001 suggestions.
Yeah, you might want to back up.
I think today's youth, it's not about their preference as much as it's about the introductory to the preference.
I feel like I'm finna cry. Why? Because these onions. I really
Hey, gentlemen, nice job.
Oh, I can tell him to eat.
Tell him to eat.
Who's hungry? Who's really hungry? All right, then let's get ready to eat. I'm gonna come around and say hi to everybody. Hello, hello, hello.
So what does it taste like? Awesome.
Really sweet. I honestly think if they hadn't grown that food and actually cut it up and cooked it themselves, it wouldn't have been as good tasting to them.
I did speak to a couple different parents tonight, and I know one said, oh yeah, Miss Crush, she definitely came up and talked to me, and she told me we've been trying new things, and now she's helping me shop.
The moment we're all sitting at the harvest feast, that's the moment every teacher's trying to make. Oh, that's good. You're trying to get to that point with your class where everybody's into what you're talking about. Having this one culminating activity that I've now witnessed them all completely tied to, I will use this moment for the rest of this school year.
Mr. Bell, you should try one.
I'm trying it all.
The chances that we get to have that moment, it's priceless.
Me and Beth are mixing it. It tastes very good. My favorite part about it is it wasn't just Mr. Lee that did it. We pitched in a lot. It's kind of like we did most of the work. Sometimes we figured it out without it.
So let me ask you this. What are you guys learning through this process?
We learned about pH. You have to have the right number of acids. You have the perfect acid for our plants. It's like a Oscar green.
I was very impressed with the kids' knowledge and understanding of how to use the aeroponic system, but more importantly, just to organically be able to have a hands-in on producing and creating their own mix.
There's a lot going on here.
That's the work I do.
It's nice, man.
Who doesn't like a party? So let's redefine what parties are about. They should be about celebrating what we've learned and inspiring healthy living.
Who thought it was cool we can grow food in the winter? And guess what we're doing now? We're gonna grow another round. Yeah.
Healthy eating, it means everything. How do we ensure that our kids are ready to absorb any type of learning material if they haven't eaten correctly during that day? When you speak of poverty and what's happening in the inner city and beyond, all of the socioeconomic problems, a lot of that has to do with food, period.
Sometimes with urban students, those who have been exposed to the most harsh environment, if you stay consistent and you stay persistent, is that you will make a difference in a child's life.
You just have to keep showing up. You just keep showing up. I couldn't imagine teaching any other way. I go home, I'm exhausted, I'm emotionally depleted, but my heart is full. How many sixth graders, show of hands, think we should do this again next year for the sixth graders? All right.
We got to figure out what we're going to put over the doorway. We got to come up with something for the threshold here.
Yeah.
God smiling on you, or, big dreams lie here.
Growing hope is something we're thinking about.
So we got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16,
20.
18, 20 towers. 44 plants a tower.
44 plants a tower.
880 plants.
Yep. Well, the big plan is we're going to do the hydroponics on this side. We're going to do some soil gardening down on this other end. We're going to have a classroom in the middle.
I love it.
Yeah. And if we can have half the outcomes that you've had in the Bronx, I'll be dancing right here.
Well, let's get ready to dance.
Stepping Stones, a residential boys' home in Wayne County, has a new addition, a 1,200 square foot greenhouse.
The young people of Stepping Stones will now be growing their own vegetables and learning how to cook healthy in the process. Andre Smith, a Stepping Stones graduate, will be in charge of greenhouse operations, giving those in the program purpose while showing there is life after their time at Stepping Stones.
I know when I was in, I couldn't have imagined me making my own money and having my own place.
You guys like strawberries? This is strawberry weather, and think about this, a pint of strawberries. You can throw a pint right out of each one of these holes, $8. Do the math. So give me that word again? Wow. Exactly, I'm liking that. I'm liking what you're thinking.
These are life skills that can give them purpose. I mean, these kids, they've got to have hope for the future because the past wasn't worth packing. You know, we're trying to break generational habits.
There you go, very nice.
They don't have community with family. I think family's important, but family's who you care about and who cares about you. It's not necessarily your bloodline.
Anything that you would call your family for when you need help or advice, that Stepping Stones is that for me because I don't have that.
I'm so proud of him that he's willing to share his story so that maybe, and I think you do it so you can maybe help others who've walked the same path that you walked in your life. And,
I would love to.
And so, yeah, I'm very proud of him. I don't want to see us as the place that had an addiction epidemic. I want them to see us as a place that overcame and that has solutions that the rest of the country are coming to us to learn from us. That's the message I want people to hear about West Virginia. I don't want my kids to have to leave Wayne County to get a job. I want them to be able to get a job where they want to live in their home community and thrive. It has my staff energized, my kids energized, and my community energized, and that's priceless.
People shouldn't have to leave their neighborhood to live, learn, and earn in a better one. If there's something that we don't like or a change that we want to see, it's up to us to make it happen.
So this here is one of the properties owned by our church. We have plans where we are going to put garden beds in this area. We'll start to grow tomatoes, onions, some peppers. When I came here, that was my vision to revitalize and transform the community, and we're going to start within the school. There's so much potential in this community if people just, pitch in, work together to make it great.
We believe in our kids. And I think if we didn't believe in our kids, then we're in the wrong building. You have to believe in your kids. If we do that, then there's hope for these kids, then there's hope for this community.
Since this one doesn't have a baby cucumber on the bottom of the flower, that means it's a male flower.
One of the reasons that we moved those 2 towers into the cafeteria is so that everybody can be part of that. Today was our first example of the 5th graders and 6th graders now teaching the younger kids. And we all know they learn better from their peers than from us.
She's been wanting to turn that wall into a grow tower, I guess, of
Yeah,
sorts.
kind of. Want to make salads more. Plant cups and somehow have them on there. When I want something, I usually get a ton.
Yeah.
This is home, and I don't want to go anywhere else. I don't want to be anywhere else. We are a community, and we work together.
I've been a lot of different places, but Toledo was home, and it feels like home. Toledo was built by hardworking people. We invented the Jeep. When Neil Armstrong left to to go to the top of his Saturn V rocket. He took a Toledo-made Houghton elevator to get to the top. So Toledoans have done everything. There's a lot of wind at our backs.
Let's see, do a tire inspection. Good. What happened to your car? Gotta have this out.
This is something special for our city. It's something special for our kids. And it gives us the opportunity to, continue our comeback as a city and having healthy, engaged, educated children as a part of that, because they grow up into the parents and adults and citizens that, will make the city what we all want it to be.
Every child deserves a safe, healthy, nurturing community. Lizette and I, and Michaela, and everybody else involved in this movement have a whole lot of love to give. And there's a whole lot of children out there and a whole lot of communities that really need love.
This is what Mr. Rich did. He's understood me. He knew that I was coming from this poverty. I was going through stuff at home, and he had that empathy to kind of reach out and really help me and help me change.
I bet you when he first said to Vanessa, no, I'm not giving you a pass, I don't think he knew what that would do to her, how that would change the trajectory of her life. But it's that small act of believing in her over and over again, every day. This is why the moment-to-moment stuff stack up. It's that he never gave up. Every day he's like, hey, are you coming to class or not? It's that really changes someone's life.
I've lived 1,000 lives on these streets, whether it was being a delivery boy in Hunts Point in the early 80s, to a child growing up on Marshallou Parkway in the 60s. The Bronx has made me who I am. The Bronx is home, period. For my beloved borough of the Bronx, home to the people and life that I love, the grit, resilience, fortitude, passion, dignity, and humility against all odds continues to amaze me daily. From the Grand Concourse to Hunts Point Avenue, from Jerome Avenue to Southern Boulevard, from hip-hop to barbershop, and all points in between, each and every scene is the essence of my being. From the roof of the banknote to love letters wrote, from the war on drugs to never-ending hugs, friends old and new everywhere, the Bronx is a mad and torrid love affair. Play hard, praise God, avoid drama, love mama, and forever shoot the three. The Bronx has helped me find my place and will forever be my sacred space.
I think home base will always be the Bronx. It will always be CS55. We are Green Bronx Machine. This is who we are. And we're gonna be Green Bronx Machine Idaho, Green Bronx Machine LA, because there's a Bronx in all these places.
I'm hoping to spawn the next generation of 10 million Steve Ritzes for 10 million communities across America, and to teach people that if I can, you can. I'm not Superman, I'm just one guy on a mission. Now, I may be a little crazy at times, but all of this has made me sufficiently crazy, and I've just said enough. And I am an equity warrior. You can't rush growth. You can't make things grow faster. It teaches you this patience. You can't go from seed to harvest without care and cultivation in the middle.
I missed you so much.
I love plants and trees because they are the way that the world breathes. Each kid is like the seed and a plant that needs tending to every day. The plant then becomes embedded in our ecosystem, and it becomes the thing that feeds the rest of the world. So then these kids that we tend to with such care eventually become the thing that sustains us and sustains the whole thing.
And this should be the norm. I mean, the work that I'm doing should not be the exception. This should be the standard. When you bring a smile to children who don't get to smile too often, when you get to be that big goofy guy in a cheese hat for children who don't have a big goofy guy in their life, And you can show up and have a child put on a hat and they look forward to seeing that hat and a bow tie and an apron every morning. It's a simple act that transcends their whole day. And I literally turn that frown upside down and let those children know their lives are going to be okay.
We learn about plants so everybody know. When we get into the flow, we gon' make it up go. I need a plant so we gon' get it lit. We gon' get the plants, vegetables lit. I need my life, I'ma need my ranch with it. I'm about to get my grapes and my beans. I'm about to tell you what I'ma see.
MySpace and Facebook and TikTok. I know I said it again, right? I dated myself, right? Well, okay, so there's no MySpace. My bad. Okay. So anyway, you're gonna either spend your time on social media, on your computer, or some of you are gonna say, this is a tool. And we are in a global economy, a knowledge and information-based economy, and this tool, I can make some money with it, right? But it's a choice. We're gonna have a choice of what we do, so that's what we're gonna talk about. Next slide. So this is our organization. It started here with the K-12 education program, and the first cohort of students are now employed. One of them is the right hand to the CEO of U-Haul International. He's over the conversion of all of their vehicles from gas to electric. He's from Kansas City. Nesby Junior chapter, we go from the STEAM Village to Nesby Junior K-12 to our 18 and up. And we also have a TV channel. You can go to Roku, Apple TV, you can see our TV channel. Google STEAM Village TV. Next slide. That's a little bit about us. Now we're gonna get in and talk about y'all. This is my favorite picture, right? Literally, this is your first 12 years of your life. I mean, your first 12 years of your education. Everybody's telling you what to do, what to learn, how to learn it, where to learn it, and giving you an A, B, C, D, right? Right? But now, you got this same bridge, but you're going this bridge of adults. So I ask you to ask your question. What is your choice? Will you dare to be different and dare to be great? Or will you go down a road of average and mediocrity? That's a choice you all have to make. Next slide. Education. We're going to redefine education right now. Did y'all know Dr. King made this quote? Repeat after me. The function of education, is to teach one to think intensively, and to think critically, intelligence plus character. That is the goal of true education. Have you all heard that before? Is it reflected in your diploma? Is it reflected in your grades? Probably. I say it is, right? Because that's you, that's your heart, and that's who you are, right? So I'm gonna ask you all to dream big and dare to be different and dare to be great. Next slide. Our program believes that we can disrupt poverty through education. And we believe that, and we've proved that. Those young people I told you making $31 an hour, that is each of you all. Right? You're gonna have to go to college. Wouldn't it be great to finish college without a bunch of bills and a bunch of debts? Right? Wouldn't it be great to finish college and maybe even have a business like Tony, that one I told you, left and started a business, 2 or 3, first 2 failed, but he didn't stop, right? Wow, people calling me on my phone, sorry. Okay, next slide, let's go on. So, you're gonna actually get a laptop. You're gonna get an IT certification called a digital literacy certification. And it's gonna be the beginning of a pathway that can lead you into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pathways. Information security, networking cloud, IT service management, software development, and training. Now, before I go any further, let me ask you all a question. Raise your hand high if you've heard of the Society of Women Engineers. Boom, beautiful. 4. We're 4 better than we were this morning. Raise your hand high if you have heard of the Society of Hispanic Engineers. Beautiful. We've got more. Okay, raise your hand if you have heard of the National Society of Black Engineers. Perfect. 4. What do you know about those programs I just told you about?
Well, I know mostly they're from minorities, of course, and it makes the society a lot easier and better because not a lot of people actually go into those type of programs. It wasn't offered in the beginning.
It wasn't offered. Let me tell you all something. Take your pencil, write down Society of Women Engineers if you're a woman, and if you're a male or a woman, write down the Society of Hispanic Engineers and write down the National Society of Black Engineers and Google those. And here's why. Y'all see that? What does that mean? Money. Money. That young man I told you about, he left Kansas City with $30,000 in scholarship money because of NSBE. Every year NSBE has a conference where they have a college fair that's giving away scholarships to juniors and seniors, and they have a career fair, and they're hiring, I tell you, juniors, sophomores, juniors, and seniors in college go to this convention and they get hired by Northrop Grumman, Microsoft, Boeing. You need to look at this, okay? I'm sorry that most of you haven't heard it, but I'm telling you, that's a resource for your money to fund your college. Fortune 1, Fortune 500 companies pour millions of dollars into NSBE, SWE, Society of Women Engineers, Society of Hispanic Engineers, to get scholarships to rooms like this, okay? Next slide. Well, no, go back. All right, one more, 4. No, there we go. So, what you're gonna do is IC3 GS6, and it is basically preschool. Once you get these certifications, you're gonna get a laptop. You do not have, it's not rocket science. You guys know all of this stuff. I've gotta give you a pacing guide for 4 weeks. I've seen it done in a week, okay? So, but I wanna point this out. When you finish this, you can take any one of these courses and I'm gonna do this. The first one of these courses in the beginner on any one of these pathways, information security, network, cloud, IT service management, is a CompTIA A+ certification. It is an industry recognized certification, recognized globally by Microsoft, Google, Tesla, everybody. If you complete the IC3 GS6, and when you get your laptop, you can make a request. I would like to have the A+ 101, A+ 102 courses. We will give you those courses, no charge. You're probably gonna look at it on your syllabus and they're gonna charge you at college. We're gonna give you a heads up, okay? Let's step up. Next slide. Now, brain sports, 100% of the players will go pro. This is a job, career, business. There's a job, career, and business out there for you. You guys see these career technical educations. We're not a school, right? But what you do see, agriculture, arts, media, entertainment, building, construction, fashion, interior design, health science, medical technology, hospitality, tourism. Can we go back a slide, one slide? All of this stuff, back, is at the foundation of all of these CTEs. So what we're doing is giving you a tool, the computer, and we're giving you the curriculum, the certification to put you on a path so that you can make that choice. Okay, next slide. Another note I want you to take down, Justice 40. Justice 40. Justice 40 initiative. How many of you, raise your hand if you've heard about the $1 billion infrastructure bill? One person. Two people, you've heard about it, right? This means that 40% of that $1 billion infrastructure has to go into underserved communities and tribal lands. And guess what? It's not happening because, guess what? We're not standing up projects. What we're hoping that you will end up doing is looking at things, learning, researching, and saying stand-up projects, because that money that us people 60 and older are talking about and policing about, that's your money. Now, it's gonna be up to y'all to make the decision. Are you gonna stay on social media? Are you gonna learn more, dig deeper, and go and find it, right? All right, next slide. Now, let's get into the certification. IC3 GS6, Office 2016. This is what your learning system's gonna look like. There are 30 lessons total. That's only 24 hours of content. 24 hours of content. You have your content, you have your resources, you have your bookmarks, you have your glossary, my activity, and I made it even different. I made it even easier for you. I took all of the resource books and put it in a folder called Week 1. All of the resource books for the second one, put it in Week 3. So all of the answers are there. But again, you have a choice, right? That choice is, I can take the answers, not learn anything, answer the questions, get my laptop. That's a possibility. One day I'll probably be pulling up to McDonald's and say I'd like a quarter pounder of cheese. And you'd be like, yo, Mr. Wells, you didn't study, you didn't do it, right? Or you can take that laptop, you can take this free curriculum, you can take the A+, and you can say, you know what? I don't wanna be working when I'm 40 or 45, and I know that they need somebody to fix these kiosks that are replacing these cashiers. That can be me. Or if I'm gonna design clothes, that can be me. But getting this digital literacy is your foundation. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Okay, next slide. Let's dive into it. There's only 3 modules. Computer fundamentals. Raise your hand if you've used a computer. That means y'all have already gotten all of this lit, right? It's one thing to use something, it's another thing to use something and master it, right? Like, I don't work on cars, but I drive cars. So when my car breaks, what do I have to do? Get broke. I had to reach in my pocket as a consumer and pay somebody who said, you know what, I like cars, I'm gonna learn cars, I'm gonna master cars so I can fix your car, right? So it's the same thing. So we have computer fundamentals, key applications, and living online. Next slide. Key applications, computer fundamentals, there's only 10 lessons. As you complete a lesson, it will tell you what your percentage is. I'm sorry, I mean to be in your way. Tell you what your percentage is. There's a pre-assessment. Take the pre-assessment once and keep it moving. Take the pre-assessment one time. If you got 100 or 10, doesn't matter. Just take it once. But do the tutorials. If there's a lab, do the labs, okay? Take 24 hours of your time and do the work, master it, because if you master this first step, everything else is gonna come easy to you, okay? So, that's the computing fundamentals. Next slide. Key applications. Word processing. Can somebody tell me what is the word processing? What application do we use for word processing?
Word.
Word. There we go. Spreadsheets. What application we use for spreadsheets?
Excel.
Yes. What do we use for databases?
Sheets.
Excel. Excel, right? People don't realize that Excel is at the core of a lot of your databases. A lot of the video games, at the core of it is the Excel spreadsheet. So, do I use Excel just to log my inventory? Or can I use Excel and use the formulas, do calculations, put my own AI to it? That's why you need to learn and master this. Presentations, what do we use for presentations? PowerPoint, okay. App culture, next slide. Living online. Now, internet navigation, functionality, email clients, Calendly. How many of you in here use a calendar? Y'all on time. So y'all on time everywhere you go? For the most part. Use your calendar. Every phone has one. Every smartwatch has one. Every computer has one, especially if you use an email client. That will help you do what? Somebody help me out. Time management and organize your what? Organize your life, right? Makes it easier. Now, again, pre-assessment, we're gonna take it how many times? All right. Then you have a post-assessment. The post-assessment, you can take as many times as you need to take it, right? You get 80% on your post-assessment, you get a certificate. If you get 90% or higher, you get a certificate and a badge. Is that certificate that you get industry recognized? No, it is not. You would have to go and get another test, take another exam, which we give because we are a CompTIA education academic partner. So we can give you an industry certification that you can take the test, pass the test, get your certificate, and then go to Microsoft and say, here's my certificate. I'm ready to work, okay? Next slide. This is what the certificate looks like. You will have 3 of them that go in your portfolio and your resume and your scholarship application. GS level 1, next slide. Level 2, next slide. Level 3, next slide. So, pacing guide. Again, I broke this into 4 weeks. Week 1, you should be able to knock out computer fundamentals. Take your key applications assessment, 80% or higher, 90% or higher, earn certificate and badge, 80% earn certificate. Next slide. Week 2, key applications. There's what we're going for. Take it 1 time, pass with 80% or higher. Next slide. Week 3, same thing. Now, at week 3, you'll see I say submit and order laptop pickup between July 15th and 26th. And August 5th and August 16th. The reason there's a gap between the 27th and the 4th is because we're out of town on the East Coast, okay? But just because you submitted your order and you scheduled your laptop pickup for July 26th, we're gonna log it. If July 26th comes and you have not, next slide, finish that. You don't get the laptop. But look at what this is. When to email, when to text, when not to text, when to instant message, phone, and VoIP. Anybody know what VoIP is? My man. All right, you going to UNKC? School of Engineering? All right, no, that's right. Good, we got a few there. Online conferencing, remote computing. You have your workbooks, you have your labs, but this is your moneymaker right here, y'all. This last one is your moneymaker. I do not care how many certifications, how many degrees, BS, PhD, if you don't master this, life's gonna be hard. And all this is just like being a good person, good people, respecting others. Things that y'all see on TV that they don't show us that we do, right? Digital principles, ethics, skills, and citizenship. Easy peasy. Order your computer, knock that out. Next slide. All right, everybody get your phone out, take this picture. You're gonna get these slides. We set up a classroom Microsoft Teams. You're familiar with Microsoft Teams. You will have a Microsoft Teams classroom. You will log into the Microsoft Teams classroom, and you will be able to get to your account. Next slide. Next slide. No, let me go to the internet. Can you see that?
Did everybody get a picture?
No. Oh, they didn't get a picture. My bad. I'm sorry. Y'all, my ADD just kicked in. Y'all want to know what happened? Let me get out the way.
Thank you. You are late.
You're struggling to get it in the front. It's on the side and the back.
Well, I forgot you could do that.
And you'll get this packet. You'll have this packet. But I just wanted to tell you, you'll be able to log in. This will log you into your team's classroom at any time. And you'll also have a direct link. Okay? Cool? Are y'all excited about this?
Yeah.
You serious? Yo. It's funny. I didn't get my first computer until my freshman year in college. That was about 3 months after the Lord's Supper. No, just play. Let me go to the website. Everybody got a picture? I want to show you the learning platform real quick. Is that cool? And then we get out. See? Look at that. What time is it? 8 minutes till. Ah, my bad. I know. He's looking at me like, yo, I said 6:15. All right. So this is our website. I'm going to take you to where your learning platform is. We built out a virtual twin of Kansas City. Twin. And you're going to go into the Education and Discovery lobby. This will be a hot link. You won't have to go through all of this. We'll go into Innovation Hub. No, I'm in the wrong place. I'm sorry. I'm in this one. This is our IT skill trade certification part. You see this right here? It says IC3 GS6 digital literacy certification. You're going to click on that door. And that door, right now it's going to take you to our website, but it's going to take you to here. And you'll log in. You'll get a username. All of your usernames will be your first initial last name at STEMCityKC.net. Write that part down, at STEMCity at STEMKC.net, because you'll log into all of the passwords will be your first initial last name and that domain. Yes, STEM, STEMKC.net. Pardon me? Oh yeah, you want to put it on the, here. See, when you have tech skills, you can just say, let me just add it here.
This is like Oviana was gonna write.
Got it? Blow it up? Yeah.
And you can stand on the side and the back as well. And you said that was our first initial and our last name?
First initial, last name. You're gonna get your actual login, because some of you have, like, you know, if you have Brian Harris, it's probably Dr. Harris and then Br Harris. All right. Can I go on?
Everybody got it?
Everybody got it?
Yeah.
And we'll email everything to you. First initial.
Classes. What am I doing? I gotta be smarter than the average bear. I'm up here typing blind, y'all, for real. I'm in reader denial. I don't like to wear readers. I can see stuff far away, but I can't see stuff up close. All right, there we go. All right, so you're gonna log in and you're gonna hit start. Esau, you wanna hit start for me? hit start. This is what the learning management system looks like. You'll see you have your, it'll tell you how far you are. And we have 3 minutes. Let's take a quick test. For y'all. Yeah. Let's do a quick pre-assessment with them. It won't let me do it again. Yeah, it will. All right. I don't have any gift cards. You all usually have gift cards. Y'all got $25, $50, $75 gift cards to give away if they get the question. Oh, I'm trying.
That's not us.
Good, didn't start.
We got movies.
All right. All right, which is used to make sure a user can surf the internet without the browser remembering cookies, keeping a browser history, or storing anything in the cache.
Private
Private window? Raise your hand if you think it's sleep mode. No. Raise your hand if you think it's a screensaver. No. Raise your hand if you think it's private mode. Y'all remember that slide? All the people going left, and that one going right? Raise your hand if you think it's antivirus software. Man, a whole bunch of people abstain. What's the answer? Yeah, then next. Oh, she didn't tell us. Which is one possible disadvantage of using wireless networks versus a wired network? What is a disadvantage of using a wireless network versus a wired network? More cost? Raise your hand. 1. Less security? Raise your hand. All right. More hardware? Raise your hand. Less maneuverability? Okay. All right. So hold on a second. A disadvantage of using wireless. So if it's wireless, is it mobile? If it's wireless, is it mobile? Yes. So if it's wireless and if it's mobile, how can it be less maneuverability? So we can eliminate that, right? More hardware. How do I know if it's hardware? I had to read the manual and do the work, didn't I? Okay. But yeah, it is less security. It's less security. We'll do one more. That's how we did earlier. Hey. 5:59. All right, what are the 3 basic power options on a Windows 8 machine? Ooh. All right. Sleep. Sleep. Raise your hand if it's sleep. Raise your hand if it's restart. Raise your hand if it's shut down.
So we pick 3.
Which are 3? So we gotta pick 3.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is a good point. How many of you, raise your hand, how many of you play video games? All right. Me too. I play Madden all the time. So here's the thing. Education versus gaming. Digital education, online test taking, right? You all heard of a word or term called computational thinking? You have? Tell me, what is it?
Isn't computational thinking like breaking down a problem?
It's breaking down a problem. But in order to break down the problem, you have to understand the problem, right? Right? So that is, man, if you take a test, a lot of people take tests. There's a lot of super brilliant people that show as D students because they take their tests as if they're playing a video game. Think about it. When we play a video game, we react to what we see on the screen. No, we call ourselves having strategy and doing this, but we're reacting. And a lot of people do that. So when you computationally think on a test, you're gonna read the question, process the question, read it again, then answer it. You're responding versus reacting. If I'm playing a video game, I'm reacting. If I'm taking a test, I need to be thinking. If I'm thinking, critically thinking, remember Dr. King's education, I'm responding. You respond strategically, not emotionally. Make sense? Yes, ma'am.
So, question about the question, right? So I was writing it down because I was trying to visualize the shutdown screen. So, couldn't it either be restart or reboot? Because don't they do the same thing?
Good question.
What are the options? I can't see them.
Okay, sleep, restart,
And
shut down, reboot.
Okay, and then what's the question?
So since y'all are no longer in high school, I can tell y'all that in high school, first paragraph, summary, and then I would say, well, that's that and that. 3 of these things are alike and 1 of them ain't.
No, see, here's the thing though. I'm scared.
That's called breaking down a problem computationally without even knowing the real answer.
Yeah. But I feel like restart and reboot can't be this because they're technically the same thing. I think reboot might be the odd one out.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, thank you.
That's a good point.
Yeah, sleep is the one where you just let it go. It's not fully off, but it's in rest mode.
It's in rest mode, so it's not off, right?
Exactly.
And he said, which one is not a power mode?
Which one is not one of the basic power options? Like when you hold down the power button, there's 3 options.
Reboot.
Yeah.
Reboot. Because restart sleep.
Hit next. I'll post in the team's chat the answer. All right, let's exit.
This is a Windows 8 computer. Just hit the thing.
Grade and exit or just save and exit?
Save and exit, because I want to give them that answer. Because if you grade it, it's going to say 38 questions. It's going to give us a big old Christmas tree. You ever got a paperback and you had so many check marks and it looked like a Christmas tree? Christmas tree. All right, that's all I have. Every Tuesday. I'm probably going to come back next Tuesday because there's a couple of really. Can I show one video?
No.
Can I show one video? Please. For him.
Send it to him. We gotta go. We gotta go.
You're not gonna bill me for not being 45 minutes? I was supposed to do 45 minutes. We're gone. I'll show y'all the video next week.
But wait a minute, we want to make sure that it's crystal clear that you're going to send me username, passwords, the pacing guide. Now, I wanted to have a pacing guide to make sure that everybody's successful. You have each week and what you need to do. But if you can knock it out in a week, 2 weeks, that's on you. You can knock it out in 1 day, and that's what you're gonna do. That's fine. But I just want to make sure you have that pacing guide so that you can be successful no matter what. So, Mr. Wells will send me your username, password, pacing guide, all that information. You can also, as you said this morning, there's a place in the platform where you can type questions, but also 24/7, but also Mr. Wells will give us information that if there's something, if the system kicks you out, if you're having technical issues or just a question, that 24/7 you can have support in that. So I will be sending everything to you. Make sure you look for your emails. I'll also be sending information about, I said, our Worlds of Fun tickets, which are next week. Summer You Fun. Today you'll get movie ticket packet, but next week is World of Fun. And make sure that you answer. I'll do a quick little Google survey to see what dates you're interested in, because we want to make sure that you use that ticket packet for Worlds of Fun and have a good time. So I will be sending out probably in the next couple days. I'll get the information hopefully from you tomorrow, and then I'll start sending everything out.
Do anybody have any questions? Do anybody have any questions for me?
Wait,
for this entire information, don't we need a computer to do this, or like?
That's a good question.
Hey,
Hey, no, Miss Lisa, he said, do we need a computer to do this? He's like, well, how am I supposed to do this if I don't have a computer?
So rude. Yeah, thank you. Between 11 and 1 on Tuesdays, we will have computers for you if you want to come here and if you want to do a study hall.
You see that?
Can you do it on your phone, Mr. Wells? You can do it on your phone as well.
You can answer the questions, you can watch the videos on your phone, but you cannot do the labs on your phone.
So that's where you can come, okay. So
And there's
11
always,
on
and there's
Tuesday.
always a library.
Okay, and so, and but you're
Well,
saying
the
that
point
you
in
need a
getting a free
computer as well?
laptop, when you don't have a
Email me,
laptop,
I'm the
is
one
so
that
that you
emailed
will
me.
have a laptop.
So 11
to 1,
we'll get it
we'll have
together,
laptops.
we'll work it out.
From 11 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Oh,
Every
so-
Tuesday.
Any more questions?
Yes, Tuesday.
Are y'all good?
Of course.
I promise you this. I promise you this. If you knock out the IC3 and you request the 101 and the 1002 and you do this, you'll be able to write your own tickets. I guarantee you that. Whatever it is you want to do, I can pull up those CTEs and I can tell you. And I'll be here for 4 weeks, so just letting you know. All right? Thank you all for having me. See you, sir.
divide it into 2 or 4, and then, so look, when I put it in here, even though I don't know which wire it is, and it's not beeping, I'm physically holding it close intentionally. I tested all these wires, it's not here. I eliminated whatever, 15 cables. I could go, I'm gonna do that. So we know it's here. I could go this, like this, and see, it's starting to show us. Of course, the cables don't have to be terminated. These ones are, but they don't have to be terminated.
What's this you on? Oh, that.
How you doing? Okay. What you doing with these?
Putting them in.
right, just be someone who does right. Looking around, and your plan. If you have a dream, you gotta shape it in your hand. Like a ball of clay, the world is bound to break and bend. So follow your vision and show everyone you can. Make it out the dark, set fire to the evil. Live your life to right and maybe make a sequel. Other people follow who they wanna be like. So be someone who does right, just be someone who does right. I don't wanna live a life that feels broken. I wanna walk on a path that's paved golden. Singing on a stage, saving lives and getting paid.
Hello world, I want to take a moment of your time to watch this video and allow me to introduce you to some black superheroes of mine. Many of these black superheroes have no idea how much admiration and respect I have for them and how they move. In fact, many of whom I never speak with, and to some, I may not even be a tolerable cup of bad Java. But that doesn't matter. What matters is these black superheroes are setting examples of what it is to lead a life of purpose. All of you make Kansas City and this world a better place. And if you did not make this volume, don't worry. There are 19 more coming because I have a lot of superheroes. Again, many of you don't even know that I admire you. Let's get it.
Yeah. Sound like some superhero shit. Some black superhero shit. Oh yeah. Every block, every hood, every city, every ghetto. Need a black superhero. Every block, every hood, every city, every ghetto. Need a black superhero.
You need a nigga roll like me. Military mind stated, and I keep a gun and a degree. You can label me a Huey P. Made a martyr out of Martin, out of Malcolm, out of Mega. I refuse to let these dirty devils make Michael a beggar. Fuck a hero CEO, I will go Magneto for my people. Give me liberty or death, that is my credo, not my ego. Dressed in a tuxedo, into party, alter ego. Killed your leader in gazebo, did it for the people. Love what motivated, I did not do it for hatred. But I truly hate the devil, I cannot debate or fake it. I was asked a question and the asker thought it hard. If I was facing death and I could ask one thing of God, I would ask for every nigga to be free here and abroad, and to be rightfully celebrated as a child of God, and to be rightfully celebrated as a child of God.
Need a black superhero. Every block, every hood, every city, every ghetto. Need a black superhero. Our own kind took nip from us. Money still reading God we trust. Truthfully we envy, so why we so envious? And why our own kind envy us? Pac said it's hard, but we gotta keep our head up. Keep going even though we know we fed up. It's hella tension, cause we ain't careful where we all pay attention. I need all my real soldiers on the front line, fighting for the right shit just one time. So unstoppable together at the same time, with the same mind. Yeah, we're born to be high and always above what's beneath us. So every block, every hood, every city, every ghetto. Need a black superhero. Every block, every hood, every city, every ghetto. Need a black superhero.
I'm talking bulletproof kind of suit, reflect the struggle that they put us through. With the strength to fight the power like Chuck D do. With the insight to be equal. No, the skies needed a voice that finds reason to multiply people in the streets for the cause. Marching on Washington, might as well be walking through walls. Type of superhero show up when ain't no one to call. That'll shield you from them shields that been killing us all. High beams for eyes to peek the villains in the dark. Power of resolution for a war would even start. The knowledge to build and grow where they live and take care of the kids and the older folk. The queen cause they need it most. Politic with the kings about economic growth. Cure PTSD cause mental health ain't a joke. Feed the hungry and dope. Everyone would know everywhere we go.
Every block, every hood, every city, every ghetto. Need a black superhero. Every block, every hood, every city, every ghetto. Need a black superhero. It's gonna take one of us to save us. It's gonna take love and a lot of trust. We just got to get that faith and know that. Because you got mine, I got your back, I know. It's gonna take one of us to save us. It's gonna take love and a
just the idea of how black men in this culture and society get framed, and how everything possible is actually designed to actually diminish what your true power is, right? And so when you speak about the superhero-ness of our communities, every ghetto, every block, every street corner, really all of those men are God. They're just living in a reality that tears them down and makes them feel as though they're not what they actually are, because they know it when they look in the mirror. The female take on it, it's on some levels a little more heartbreaking, right? Because it's like we've created this reality that walks away from us being clear about the fact that the black woman is actually the goddess on this planet. Absolutely. The mitochondrial information that's requisite to create every type of man that exists on this planet is derivative of hers. Absolutely. Right? So if we actually have to sit there figuring out which being on this planet actually constitutes God, in that term, if we're framing it in that way, the actual living God on this planet, the only direction you can point in is the direction of the black woman. Firstly, like us as an extension of her, but firstly her, right? Because none of it exists without her.
glory's for the faint of heart. We all stars, win or lose, we don't play the part. And when the going getting tough, I get to going hard. You bring your best and you know I'ma tear them apart. We made it survival, rival, I ain't got no time for anyone who ain't put in the work that I do. You ain't heard about it, think I'm gonna remind you. I've been out here doing what I say, it's what defines you. This is our time, hands to the sky. You already know, I ain't gotta tell them why. Hands to the sky, this is our time. You already know, I ain't gotta tell them why. This is our house. Yeah, and we can't put it down. This is our house. We go around, come around. This is our house. Hands to the sky. You already know, I ain't gotta tell them why. This is our house. Yeah, and we can't put it down. This is our house. You could doubt us, that's fine, but know one thing, real legend don't die. You could doubt us, that's fine, but know one thing, real legend don't die. And we ain't gonna leave till we win. It's 10 out of 10, y'all, they can't believe what they see. And they telling a friend, yo, go pay the rent. This is our house, we beat them all down. Energized by the crowd, they saying it now. This is our time, hands to the sky. You already know, I ain't gotta tell them why. Hands to the sky, this is our time. You already know, I ain't gotta tell them why. This is our house. Yeah, and we can't put it down. This is our house. We go around, come around. This is our house. Hands to the sky. You already know, I ain't gotta tell them why. This is our house. Yeah, and we can't put it down. This is our house.
They wonder how I do it like that. Two-step, then I bring it right back. They wonder how I do it like that. Two-step, then I bring it right back. They wonder how I do it like that. Two-step, then I bring it right back. They wonder how I do it like that. 7-fit flex on the checks on that.
When you have access to information, you can make better decisions if you can process the information. So the thing that I desperately want communities, especially in low-income areas, to realize is that you have everything you need to solve your own problems within your community.
Da
the thing that I desperately want communities, especially in low-income areas, to realize is that you have everything you need to solve your own problems within your community.
To be a black man in America means having the weight of the world on your shoulders.
It forces a different outlook and gives a different perspective. It's being often talked about, but rarely being spoken to.
It means being your brother's keeper.
Don't boo, vote!
Standing tall, proud, and unapologetic.
Navigating America as a black man comes with a different style, a cadence, and a rhythm that's all our own.
But at this moment, more than anything, it means challenging the status quo and remaking politics in our own image, from the street corner to Capitol Hill.
What do you have to lose? Look, what do you have to lose? It's a moment where we define our narratives for ourselves, where we get to say who we are, what we believe, and what matters most.
I'm Tremaine Lee, a journalist and storyteller who has spent nearly 2 decades telling our truth.
And I'm Charles Coleman Jr., a civil rights attorney whose passion are the voices and the issues of community.
This is a journey to understanding what it means to be a black man today in a highly divided nation.
A show about how we see America and how we experience it as one of the most important and still most overlooked voting blocks, and how America sees us.
This is Black Men in America, the road to 2024.
Welcome to this conversation.
There are more people in high-profile positions, a lot of rappers, influential rappers saying, I don't know about the Democratic Party.
Right.
I don't know about this politics.
Right.
Why do you think folks disengaged? And what is it about this moment in particular where people aren't as locked in?
They're not seeing the action. You know what I'm saying? It's like going to church. If your preacher talks to you every time you go there, you're gonna go to church. But if you go to church and your preacher ain't talking to you, why you there? Like the action, like the gestures of it, like the audio don't match the video, right? So that makes anybody discouraged because at least you gotta tell me what it is you plan to do, even if you don't do it. You can tell me, praise the Lord, hallelujah, all these things, but
talk to me.
Talk to me, you know what I'm saying?
If a candidate comes and talks to you and says, Jeezy, we're trying to reach this demographic.
Right.
We need to really get our message out and we need your help.
Right.
What are you looking for from them?
I mean, it's hard to say because I'm gonna vote for a mayor that I think that's gonna understand the city because that's closer to me. Because I've seen the work he or she has done, right? Because that's in my ecosystem. But when you start talking about outside of it,
really far away.
Start feeling disconnected.
Right, because it's just like, what you gonna do for us? And I could be totally wrong. I'm just telling you, like, and the crazy thing is I told my team, I said, you know what? I don't really trust politics. I don't. Because everybody I sat down with, they've made all these broken promises, not just to me, but to our people. And they've done nothing. And they use our influence. They use us mobilizing people. They use us when they need us. They come to the city, they want to sit down, and what do we need to do? And we pouring all these ideas. And I've been invited to the White House and all these things several times, and I have to sit there and think about it with my integrity. That has nothing to do with me.
Yeah. When you talk about integrity, I wonder why so many black men are lining up behind Trump. Right? Obviously, Barack Obama was the first black president.
Right.
He's a hip-hop fan. He spoke our language. He's organized on the south side of Chicago. He's there.
Right.
Donald Trump is an abyss away from that. Right. What do you think it is? And we don't want to overstate how many.
I'm only glad I only took a sip of this drink because I see where you're taking this. This is the only thing that I'm going to say.
Yeah.
I don't know Trump personally. I don't know nothing about him. The only thing I've heard people say in a conversation when it comes to him is that at least you know what his agenda is because he tells you. That's what it is. And, you know, like they say, the devil you know is better than the one you don't. Like, I've never voted for him, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I've heard the conversations.
the world after the wilderness no longer exists. Picture me with no filter. Picture we see the rainbow as evidence that the storm was only meant to wash away the hurt, certainly not destroy. Picture divine vines growing on side abandoned buildings. Picture choosing a road less traveled, abandoned millions. Picture standing on top of hills and projecting your brilliance. Picture we started old and slowly became more like children. Picture me as the tadpole started off as the frog. Picture me as the channel that started off as a blog. Picture me as the whisper that started off as a yell. Picture only offering heaven although they give you hell. Like, picture that, scripture that. Picture that brilliant sister from Sister Act that gave us the miseducation, found those who missed the map and gave them hope just one more again. Picture that extra lap, that's love.
I can feel the love in here, yes I can, yeah. Why in a space got constellations, and all those in a conversation, they help me to shine.
That's what we're meant to do.
We are.
Me and you. Listen. Let's go again.
They help me to shine.
Picture me flying over the city. Picture me with a beauty whose soul is equally pretty. Picture me with a ruby that's redder than cherry stems. Picture me with a choir full of herds that's singing hymns. Picture having action at Califax, we heating up. Picture even with your voice trembling, speaking up. Picture dropping a ladder for all of those who reaching up. Picture every time we searching for answers, we seeking up. Picture every finger pointed, conjoining to form a fist. Picture every time you pray that heaven gladly forms a list. Picture Batty carrying Jamaican patties, blowing kisses. Picture gravity wasn't a factor, now picture me lifted. Picture skies. Picture trees, picture too many flowers, too many leaves. Picture you and me for hours doing whatever we please. Picture giving self-love deeper than seas.
I can feel the love in here, and it feels so. Why in a space got constellations, and all those in a conversation.
You gotta talk to yourself like you in love.
They help me to shine.
With yourself.
Hold yourself a little tight.
That's how you shine. Go ahead and shine.
Shine.
Yeah.
They help me to shine.
From the inside out.
Make my mama proud. Shine. They help me to shine.
Picture me bright, picture me glowing. Picture my intuition guiding me, picture me knowing. Picture me dripping, picture me giving, picture me showing. Picture me 96 and dipping, not picture me rolling. Picture me in a low, switches and bending corners. Picture me in a white tee riding through California. Picture me with a queen that's playing a violin. Picture little kids looking at daddy like I am him. Picture dirty hands in soil planting to feed the future. Picture me so fresh, so clean, cleaner than loofahs. Picture teaching a class, divina la vida pura. Picture me as a doctor, I'm saying tengo la cura. Picture me sipping natural herbs through tip of the hookah. Picture me living much better than great, I'm living super. Oh. And then we just let it ride, like ride out. Like that. Right? Like that, right? Right.
Shine.
Yeah. Sound like some superhero shit. Some black superhero shit. Yeah. Oh yeah. Every block, every hood, every city, every ghetto. Need a black superhero. Every block, every hood, every city, every ghetto. Need a black superhero.
You need a nigga roll like me. Military mind stated, and I keep a gun and a degree. You can label me a Huey P. Made a martyr out of Martin, out of Malcolm, out of Mega. I refuse to let these dirty devils make Michael a beggar. Fuck a hero, CEO, I will go Magneto for my people. Give me liberty or death, that is my credo, not my ego. Dressed in a tuxedo, into party, alter ego. Killed your leader in gazebo, did it for the people. Love what motivated, I did not do it for hatred. But I truly hate the devil, I cannot debate or fake it. I was asked a question and the asker thought it hard. If I was facing death and I could ask one thing of God, I would ask for every nigga to be free here and abroad, and to be rightfully celebrated as a child of God, and to be rightfully celebrated as a child of God.
Need a black superhero. Every block, every hood, every city, every ghetto. Need a black superhero. Our own kind took nip from us. Money still reading God we trust. Truthfully we envy, so why we so envious? And why our own kind envy us? Pac said it's hard, but we gotta keep our head up. Keep going even though we know we fed up. It's hella tension, cause we ain't careful where we all pay attention. I need all my real soldiers on the front line, fighting for the right shit just one time. So unstoppable together at the same time, with the same mind. Yeah, we're born to be high and always above what's beneath us. So every block, every hood, every city, every ghetto. Need a black superhero. Every block, every hood, every city, every ghetto. Need a black superhero.
I'm talking bulletproof, kind of suit, reflect the struggle that they put us through. With the strength to fight the power like Chuck D do. With the insight to be equal. No, the skies needed a voice that finds reason to multiply. People in the streets for the cause. Marching on Washington, might as well be walking through walls. Type of superhero show up when ain't no one to call. That'll shield you from them shields that been killing us all. High beams for eyes to peek the villains in the door. Power of resolution for a war would even start. The knowledge to build and grow where they live, and take care of the kids and the older folk. The queen cause they need it most. Politic with the kings about economic growth. Cure PTSD cause mental health ain't a joke. Feed the hungry and dope. Everyone would know everywhere we go.
Every block, every hood, every city, every ghetto. Need a black superhero. Every block, every hood, every city, every ghetto. Need a black superhero. It's gonna take one of us to save us. It's gonna take love and a lot of trust. We just got to get that faith and know that. Because you got mine, I got your back, I know. It's gonna take one of us to save us. It's gonna take love and a lot of trust. We just got to get that faith and know that. Because you got mine, I got your back, I know. Every block, every hood, every city, every ghetto. Need a black superhero.
You know, just the idea of how black men in this culture and society get framed, and how everything possible is actually designed to actually diminish what your true power is, right? And so when you speak about the superhero-ness of our communities, every ghetto, every block, every street corner, really all of those men are God. They're just living in a reality that tears them down and makes them feel as though they're not what they actually are, because they know it when they look in the mirror. The female take on it it's on some levels a little more heartbreaking, right? Because it's like we've created this reality that walks away from us being clear about the fact that the black woman is actually the goddess on this planet. Absolutely. The mitochondrial information that's requisite to create every type of man that exists on this planet is derivative of hers. Absolutely. Right? So if we actually have to sit there figuring out which being on this planet actually constitutes God, in that term, if we're framing it in that way, the actual living God on this planet, the only direction you can point in is the direction of the black woman. Firstly, like us as an extension of her, but firstly her, right? Because none of it exists without her.
My inner space got constellations, and all those inner conversations, they help me to shine. Shine, shine, shine. They help me to shine. Shine,
So
shine, shine. They help me to shine.
picture the world after the wilderness no longer exists. Picture me with no filter. Picture we see the rainbow as evidence that the storm was only meant to wash away the hurt, certainly not destroy. Picture divine vines growing on side abandoned buildings. Picture choosing a road less traveled, abandoned millions. Picture standing on top of hills and projecting your brilliance. Picture we started old and slowly became more like children. Picture me as the tadpole started off as the frog. Picture me as the channel that started off as a blog. Picture me as the whisper that started off as a yell. Picture only offering heaven, although they give you hell. Like, picture that, scripture that. Picture that brilliant sister from Sister Act that gave us the miseducation, found those who missed the map and gave them hope just one more again. Picture that extra lap, that's love.
I can feel the love in here. Yes, I can, yeah. My inner space got constellations, and all those inner conversations, they help me to shine. Yeah, shine. Ooh, shine. They help me to shine.
That's what we're meant to
Yes,
do.
we are.
Me and you. Listen. So
Shine.
let's go again.
They help me to shine.
Picture me flying over the city. Picture me with a beauty whose soul is equally pretty. Picture me with a ruby that's redder than cherry stems. Picture me with a choir full of herds that's singing hymns. Picture having action at Califax, we heating up. Picture even with your voice trembling, speaking up. Picture dropping a ladder for all of those who reaching up. Picture every time we searching for answers, we seeking up. Picture every finger pointed, conjoining to form a fist. Picture every time you pray that heaven gladly forms a list. Picture Batty carrying Jamaican patties, blowing kisses. Picture gravity wasn't a factor, now picture me lifted. Picture skies, picture trees. Picture too many flowers, too many leaves. Picture you and me for hours doing whatever we please. Picture giving self-love deeper than seas. Reach.
I can feel the love in here, and it feels so. My inner space got constellations, ooh, and all those inner conversations.
You gotta talk to yourself like you in love.
They help me to shine.
With yourself.
Hold yourself a little tight.
That's how you shine. Go ahead and shine.
Shine.
Yeah.
They help me to shine.
From the inside out.
Make my mama proud. Shine. They help me to shine.
Picture me bright, picture me glowing. Picture my intuition guiding me, picture me knowing. Picture me dripping, picture me giving, picture me showing. Picture me 96 and dipping, not picture me rolling. Picture me in a low, switches and bending corners. Picture me in a white tee riding through California. Picture me with a queen that's playing a violin. Picture little kids looking at daddy like I am him. Picture dirty hands and soil planting to feed the future. Picture meat so fresh, so clean, cleaner than loofahs. Picture teaching a class, divina la vida pura. Picture me as a doctor, I'm saying tengo la cura. Picture me sipping natural herbs through tip of the hookah. Picture me living much better than great, I'm living super. Oh. And then we just let it ride, like ride out. Like that. Right? Like that, right? Right.
Shine.
And you're worth it. And you're worth it. And you're
Yeah. Sound like some superhero shit. Some black superhero shit. Oh yeah. Every block, every hood, every city, every ghetto. Need a black superhero. Every block, every hood, every city, every ghetto. Need a black superhero.
You need a nigga roll like me. Military mind stated, and I keep a gun and a degree. You can label me a Huey P. Made a martyr out of Martin, out of Malcolm, out of Mega. I refuse to let these dirty devils make Michael a beggar. Fuck a hero CEO, I will go Magneto for my people. Give me liberty or death, that is my credo, not my ego. Dressed in a tuxedo, into party, alter ego. Killed your leader in gazebo, did it for the people. Love what motivated, I did not do it for hatred. But I truly hate the devil, I cannot debate or fake it. I was asked a question and the asker thought it hard. If I was facing death and I could ask one thing of God, I would ask for every nigga to be free here and abroad, and to be rightfully celebrated as a child of God, and to be rightfully celebrated as a child of God.
Need a black superhero. Every block, every hood, every city, every ghetto. Need a black superhero. Our own kind took nip from us. Money still reading God we trust. Truthfully we envy, so why we so envious? And why our own kind envy us? Pac said it's hard, but we gotta keep our head up. Keep going even though we know we fed up. It's hella tension, cause we ain't careful where we all pay attention. I need all my real soldiers on the front line, fighting for the right shit just one time. So unstoppable together at the same time, with the same mind. Yeah, we're gonna be high and always above what's beneath us. So every block, every hood, every city, every ghetto. Need a black superhero. Every block, every hood, every city, every ghetto. Need a black superhero.
I'm talking bulletproof kind of suit, reflect the struggle that they put us through, with the strength to fight the power like Chuck D do, with the insight to be equal. Note the skies needed a voice that finds reason to multiply people in the streets for the cause. Marching on Washington miners will be walking through walls. Type of superhero show up when ain't no one to call, that'll shield you from them shields that been killing us all. High beams for eyes to peep the villains in the dark. Power of resolution for a war would even start. The knowledge to build and grow where they live, and take care of the kids and the older folk. The queen cause they need it most. Politics with the kings about economic growth. Cure PTSD cause mental health ain't a joke. Feed the hungry and dope. Everyone would know everywhere we go.
Every block, every hood, every city, every ghetto. Need a black superhero. Every block, every hood, every city, every ghetto. Need a black superhero.
It's gonna take one of us to save us. It's gonna take love and a lot of trust. We just got to get that faith and know that. Well, yes, you got mine, I got your back, I know. It's gonna take one of us to save us. It's gonna take love and a lot of trust. We just got to get that faith and know that. Well, yes, you got mine, I got your back, I know.
Every block, every hood, every city, every ghetto. Need a black superhero.
You know, just this the idea of how black men in this culture and society get framed, and how everything possible is actually designed to actually diminish what your true power is, right? And so when you speak about the superhero-ness of our communities, every ghetto, every block, every street corner, really all of those men are God. They're just living in a reality that tears them down and makes them feel as though they're not what they actually are, because they know it when they look in the mirror. The female take on it, you know, it's on some levels a little more heartbreaking, right? Because it's like we've created this reality that walks away from us being clear about the fact that the black woman is actually the goddess on this planet. Absolutely. The mitochondrial information that's requisite to create every type of man that exists on this planet is derivative of hers. Absolutely. Right? So if we actually have to sit there figuring out which being on this planet actually constitutes God, in that term, if we're framing it in that way, the actual living God on this planet, the only direction you can point in is the direction of the black woman. Firstly, like us as an extension of her, but firstly her, right? Because none of it exists without her.
Welcome to the aSTEAM DTX conference. Your experience here will include a variety of opportunities to learn, network, and share ideas. To assist you in navigating this unique platform, there is an audio player on your left. On your right is a help or chat button. This year's aSTEAM conference is available in person and online. We call this the Digital Twin Experience, DTX, which offers attendees options to blend the in-person and digital experience in ways unique to their needs. Whether you attend in person or online, you will share the same experience. BEA 36 will continue to leverage several technologies to bring the digital twin of the BEA experience to the STEM community on its platform and in person at the Omni Shoreham Hotel in Washington, D.C. Now go and enjoy your BEA experience.
Calling all STEM majors around the nation. It's time to take a road trip to BEA. BEA is where students like you can stand out and make a lasting impression with the top STEM employers in the nation. The annual career fair at the BEA STEM Conference is free to attend and was created to directly connect you with your future. The career fair happens on Friday, February the 16th, and Saturday, February the 17th. Not only is it a great excuse to get on a road with friends and travel, but you might just leave with a new job. The BEA STEM Conference takes place February 15th through the 17th at the Baltimore Convention Center. It's one of the best ways to get ahead in your career. So don't miss this amazing opportunity. The BEA Career Fair is free, but you must register to attend. Go to www.beya.org and click Students on the left side navigation. Fill out the information and we'll see you at BEA, becoming everything you are.
My hope was just getting into space in any kind of way, but they were not going to let that happen. And it's that, number one, I wasn't tall enough. I was Catholic. I wasn't black enough. I was not the model of the Negro race. I was a one-man operation when the president announced to the world that he was going to announce a black astronaut. And it kind of took the world by storm. I graduated 7th out of the class of 17 when they told me I was going to fail in 6 weeks. There were no Lelands and Victors in the world at the time. Needed these guys really, really badly at the time. So, and they didn't exist. There was nobody I could talk to.
Listening to you talk about that, I mean, you were an explorer of one. But thankfully, somebody was taking those steps and there was a path. 20 years later, Guy Bluford comes along and is the first black American to go to space. He had a path. There was steps in the bush that he could follow because of what Ed did. I've known Ed since before I became an astronaut, and so I carry his story with me. It feels very personal. And thinking about where I am in the public support, the outpouring of support, it is a reminder of how far we've come, but also why that work is so pivotal.
One of the things that we must do is carry on that legacy and the stories, because, you know, history, if you don't know where you've been, you don't know where you're going. And as we're going, as Victor's going to the moon, as Jessica's going to Mars, as these people have these opportunities, because of this initial framework, is so critical. And to have that history, to know how that struggle took place.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.